Sono uscito così che sono tutti fiori, camicia un disastro.
Some of our young guys have come back.
How are you?
I never, just trying to get organized here.
Everyone take their seats. Ready to get started? Okay, great. I want to welcome everybody to the spring edition of BPEA. A few announcements on logistics. So first we want to have Shannon Murat give the welcome from Brookings and acknowledge support. Where is Shannon? Oh, there you are. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I am the Managing Director at Economic Studies, and I just wanted to take this time to briefly welcome you all to the Spring 2025 BPEA Conference. Let me first start by thanking the editors, Jan Eberly and John Steinson, for assembling a terrific program. I would also like to thank the generous supporters who make the BPEA Conference and Journal possible, the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, the National Science Foundation, and State Farm Mutual Automobile Insurance Company. We are also grateful for the contributions of Dina Axelrod Perry for establishing the George L. Perry and William C. Brainerd BPEA Chair. We also thank Jason Cummins and Brevin Howard Research Services for supporting BPEA's mission and activities. Thank you, and I hope you all enjoy the conference.
Thanks, Shannon. On the logistics, please remember that we're live streaming and recording, so we have a live YouTube audience as we speak. The presenters, please speak into the microphone so that they can hear you in addition to seeing you on the live stream. And attendees, as you just saw, there's no button on the microphone. They are always on. So that was meant to sound as ominous as it did. And so you don't need to press the button. Okay, so we'll start with our first paper, which is Taming Cycles, China's Growth Targets and Macroeconomic Management, which will be presented by Wei Zhang.
Thank you. First, thanks, Jane and John, for including our paper on the program. I will start China's growth. I'm sure everybody pays some attention to nowadays. So this chart here shows how actually China's growth targets guided China's growth over the past 20 years. As you can see here, before 2008, the growth target, the dashed line at the bottom, actually was set at a modest level, initially at 7%, later raised to 8%, right? So, but the realized growth were far above that, so they were not binding. But the situation changed quite a bit after 2010, when China's post-crisis stimulus ended in 2010. The growth targets was gradually reduced, naturally, from 8 to 7.5, 7, and eventually all the way down to 5, right? And in this process, you can see that the realized growth actually tracked the targets very closely with very small margin, less than 0.5% in all of these years, right? What's amazing is that actually these targets are consistently being met, except in the 3 years of COVID, right? So naturally, everything got disrupted and out of order. But outside that small window, these targets were closely matched. So this raised a lot of questions. Is this a work of a Bureau of Statistics, right? Or how are these actually targets really met? And also, what are the associated trade-offs? This is what we meant to address in this paper. Some of you probably recall that back last year, there was a Politburo meeting. It's a routine meeting in September, right? So this meeting actually changed its scheduled topic, actually, due to the emergency in the economy, because China had the trouble meeting the growth target of 5%, right? So around that meeting, the key economic institutions, Ministry of Finance, People's Bank of China, and so on, introduced a series of stimulus programs from monetary liquidity to fiscal spending and so on, right? So a few months later, in December Politburo meeting now, optimism resumed. So the leaders sort of now felt that the target of 5% will be met. In fact, actually, they stated that the new target for 2025 will remain at roughly the same level, 5%, right? And also mentioned that even more aggressive macroeconomic intervention measure will be used to ensure that the new target for 2025 will be met, right? So this glimpse of the Politburo meeting just meant to highlight that actually this is sort of China's routine operation in using growth targets and macroeconomic measures to ensure targets are met, right? So to really sort of to think of this target, we have to view this from China's hybrid economy, even though a lot of attention on national policy, right? But in fact, actually, the growth targets are met actually by local government because China now has a hybrid system where economic planning work together with market forces, right? The central government continues to use economic planning to set overall priority and the goals for the economy. It uses a top-down approach to direct local governments, right? And the local government instead uses incentive regulation and administrative orders to guide firms. And of course, after 40 years of market reforms, pervasive market mechanisms were also introduced, although only at the peripheral of the economy, right? To provide better incentives for individuals and firms. And we know the market mechanisms are very effective in providing taxes, market signals, and performance measures to officials in the state system, right? So this system has turned out to be quite effective. It turned a shortage economy back in the 70s and 80s, right, into now an industrial powerhouse, right? But at the same time, sort of, I worked on other work, sort of show that there are all sorts of distortions coming out of the interaction between the market and the planning, basically. So here I'm going to highlight the the dimension on the growth targets. We know national growth targets are eventually implemented by local governments, right? So basically, the national growth target broken down into provincial targets, which are in turn broken down into city targets. So this figure here shows that the top line here, this average city level growth target are consistently higher than the average provincial target, which is the middle orange line, which is also consistently higher than the national target, which is the bottom line there, right? So it's kind of interesting. From a local, regional government's point of view, right, this sort of growth target is used as a device to motivate and mobilize agencies and the divisions in the local government, right? So, these targets are set in coordination at the beginning of the year, in coordination with upper government's expectations, right? So, by setting the high target, naturally it's a help to ensure and also even to mobilize subordinates work harder to to exceed upper expectations, right? So that's why sort of you see this consistent sort of top-down amplification, right? Each lower level set even higher target so that even though they might miss the target at the end of the year, but this helped to deliver sort of the upper level expectations, right? So once the targets are put in place, there's a long-standing system, this is China's macroeconomic management system, to ensure the targets are met, right? So at the national level, sort of all this monetary policy, fiscal policy, and industrial policy are used to assist local governments in achieving their targets, right? So here the main actions are eventually taken by local governments because the local government carried out over 80% of physical spending in China. So they are the real players. Basically, throughout the year, each local government will monitor the progress it's making in delivering its own target, right? So if it's falling behind, intervention measures will probably taken. Infrastructure investment serves as a very commonly used intervention tool, of course, with or without actually national policy supports. For local government, so there are three sources of financing. The the regular fiscal budget funded by tax revenue actually lack the kind of flexibility, especially mid-year, right? The second source of budget government funds, over 90% financed by land sales, are more flexible. And the last source, the third source of debt financing, basically, mostly through off-balance sheet local government financing vehicles, are actually the sort of most important one, especially sort of we now know this is actually the key channel for China's rapid debt rising, right, over the last decade. So in this analysis, we aim to test, to analyze whether these growth targets are sideshow or not, right? Specifically, we want to address whether, faced by the pressure imposed by growth targets, whether local governments implement more interventions to deliver the targets, right? So we measure the pressure by the gap, basically between a local government's realized growth in the year relative to its own target for the year. So here, a more negative gap means greater pressure, right? So we're going to sort of regress all these variables when there's a greater pressure, whether they take on more infrastructure investment, whether they sell more land to finance the investment, and whether they take on more debt to finance the investment, right? In these regressions, we're going to control for realized growth rate so that, eventually the key source of variation comes from the target side, not the growth side, right? So basically, and also sort of there's a lot of issue about whether sort of the growth rate itself might be managed or might be inflated and all that. It's important to recognize that local officials know how much they can, inflate the numbers, right? So in that sense, sort of the inflation, at least anticipate the inflation is already in the target. So we'll look at the deviation. Basically, when at the end of the year, a local government falls behind. In fact, actually, in our sample, more than half of the cities actually fall behind the schedule. So here, let's first look at the infrastructure investment. Many know that China has a very high investment rate, over 40%. Actually, much of this comes from infrastructure, state-led infrastructure investment, shown the green line here. So it increased from 10% to over 20% at some point. Right? So when we regress, so this is a provincial level regression of infrastructure change, normalized by GDP of the previous year, right, at the provincial level, onto the GDP gap, control for realized growth. You can see that the 1% GDP gap is associated with a 0.4% increase in infrastructure investment as share of GDP. This is a very large number, right? How is this a large investment financed? Let's regress city-level land sales onto GDP gap, right? So land sales is a key source of financing. Again, the magnitude is pretty large. 1% GDP gap associated with increase in land sales equivalent to 0.07% GDP. This is a large number, especially related to land sales volume in a given year, right? It's usually less than 10% of GDP, right? Even though this number may not be large enough to cover the spending, right? 0.4% infrastructure investment increase. So the main source is debt, local debt. Right, so many had be concerned about the quickly rising macro leverage in China. It went up from 150% all the way to over 280% in recent years, right? The official statistics does not fully classify local government debt. It doesn't include the debt through the shadow, through the so-called local government financing vehicles. So we're going to using a commercial data set, which actually trying to bring this part in. So which on the right panel you can see, once you include that in, actually local government total debt actually increased quite a bit from 42% in 2015 to nearly 70% of GDP in 2022. So this is the data we're going to use. So when we regress city-level local government debt increase onto the GDP gap, controlling for growth, you can see that 1% the GDP gap is associated with the increase in local government debt equivalent to 0.76% of GDP. This is a very large number, even larger than the infrastructure investment increase, suggesting that the government is actually doing more than that, right? So this is the figure I showed you at the beginning. I want to highlight sort of the middle period from 2011 to 19. So after China's post-crisis stimulus, but before the COVID. So this is sort of a very unusually smooth growth trajectory, right? So this smoothness actually masks sort of a tremendous pressure actually the economy faced, especially given the overcapacity post-China's post-crisis stimulus. Overcapacity were observed in steel, in coal, cement, and many of these sectors. In fact, China experienced negative PPI for 5 consecutive years before, during this period, right? So a lot of national policy implemented to buffer this. But ultimately, the smooth trajectory is developed by local governments, right? Because that's where eventual growth are. So here, how much debt actually incurred to kind of create the smooth growth trajectory, right? We can compute the cumulative GDP gap highlighted in shaded area. It's about 18.4%. Right? So given the slope measure we have, this will translate into an increase in local debt by 14% of GDP, right? Which is actually quite a substantial number, right? So it contributed to overall China's debt increase during this period. So a lot of concern about China's GDP reporting. In fact, John has written a very nice paper on this and many others. So I would actually highlight here our analysis meant to say that there are actually, of course, GDP over-reporting is prevalent, right? It's everywhere, right? But at the same time, it's important to recognize there are more fundamental mechanisms at work here, right? So, you know, at the, this of course raises, because there's a whole macro economic management framework to ensure GDP targets are met every year, right? So this, all this investment, the land sales, they really went into, to action to ensure so that the targets are met. And of course, this raises issues sort of how credible GDP growth as the indicator of economic prosperity, right? So we did sort of request GDP growth on various variables like retail sales, like firm revenue growth, like TFP gains, right? So interestingly, before 2008, the correlation are positive and highly significant. However, the correlation diminished after 2010, basically when the China's macroeconomic management framework come into full play, right? So I mean, this sort of suggests, right? So when you manage sort of, using this sort of management system, when growth targets are met, so they don't translate into proportional growth in these other dimensions, right? So I think that's. All right, so I should, I'm out of time. So I have few, let me just quickly summarize. So here from our analysis, we show that China's managed growth, right? So very good at sort of delivering a smooth trajectory, right? At the same time, so important to recognize the cost in accumulating substantial local debt and also sort of the disconnect sort of between GDP growth and other variables. So this is sort of a new growth model with very sharp, different dynamics, right?
Thanks, Wei. The first discussant is Ken Rogoff. So Ken makes his way up. Well, thank the staff for finding an alternate location, which you see has the flat auditorium, the rectangular table, and the checkerboard screen. So.
Deja vu.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you very much. I was here just 2 years ago discussing Eswar Prasad's paper on China, which was very interesting, although I will register I was a good deal more skeptical about where things were going than he was. I'm not going to say that about this paper, although it doesn't come out and say China's got an alternative growth model and it's not working anymore and you need to do something. That actually would be my conclusion from reading the paper. And that's a very brave thing to say in this world today. You may or may not know that people are disciplined, thrown in jail for academics for disagreeing with official policy.
Is that in the U.S.? Teasing.
Okay. So anyway, so I think Jinfan, Yuheng, and Wei do a very nice job illustrating this. And I'll say one further thing that I would conclude from this paper, and more broadly from the literature it's developed, and may be relevant to some of the debate that takes place sometimes here. There are a lot of people I meet over the last 15 years who think the Chinese stimulus was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Why doesn't the US do the stimulus? Why can't we do this? Why can't we go like that? And I think, you know, this shows, and many other papers, that there was a big difference that what happened after that, the quality of the growth fell dramatically. Now, it may have fallen for other reasons, but I think basically this paper summarizes there's a gun at your head that you have to produce this high level of growth. There are not many ways to do it in an economy that's this hybrid, relatively centralized, not so easy to do. And one of the ways you can register it is through doing infrastructure investment, and I would add retail sales. I'm sorry, construction of housing and commercial real estate. So it's very well written. So I know discussants often say this to sort of not have to explain the paper, but you really do need to read the paper because it packs in a lot very clearly about stuff. I don't feel like I ever quite understood what was going on. I understood the whole growth tournament. I've actually taught at the party school once, 20 years ago, and learned about that, how you get promotions. But it really explains how it works and how it may be going awry. And it makes a convincing case that it's not working. So sort of like the very beginning of the paper gives you the facts that are sort of killer facts, even though they're not structural, which is from 2002 to 2008, when China was growing, and they use provincial GDP here, you were getting a lot of good outcomes. You were getting that firm profits were going up, retail sales were looking good, and then they actually produced some data on city-level total factor productivity. I have to say, I would like to see a little bit more explanation of that. That's quite unusual. I believe it, but I mean, it'd be interesting to see more about it. But the theme everywhere is that from 2000 to 2008, things were great. 2011, the correlations disappeared as zero, and slight in the case of TFP. And it goes on to do some structural regressions that try to demonstrate this point, that the high-pressure growth policy was something that was producing some of the excesses in the economy, that you could literally see officials struggling to meet the target, and that's why they were doing so much infrastructure. I mean, it's told in econometrics, not in that kind of verbal story. There is, I've discussed this with the authors, but it's a little bit difficult to do causality in these things. Wanchen Yang and I have a series of papers where I think we find a shift-share instrument which might be doable in something here. I don't know. It's hard. We all know we're in macro. It's hard to prove causality. So a question about where is it going? The paper cites Justin Lin, who was World Bank chief economist and a colorful personality, predicts 6% growth through 2035. Larry Summers, back in 2014, to his credit, said he thought he didn't say when, but he thought it would asymptote to 2%. But if I read between the lines, I think that this paper tilts towards the Larry Summers of saying, here's the system. It hasn't been working for a long time. There's a discussion in the paper about, do we believe the numbers? And I don't. I'm sure whenever there's any big change, we'll find out it just wasn't so. It always happens in these situations. But I think something the authors point at, well, even if you believe the numbers, life's not getting better. There's a lot of quality of life measurements that have just not been improving. And I will say, you know, having a little bit gone to rural China and having friends who've done more than I have, there's all this infrastructure, there's all these buildings, there are all these houses, and it has the smell of death. It's just, you know, they built it and no one came. And Wan Chenyang and I have written about this, that it's particularly acute in the tier 3 cities, which are the Cincinnatis, the Liverpools of China, except they're much bigger because it's China, but account for 60% of GDP. So I'm just going to show you a few slides, mostly from my work with Wan Chenyang, that reinforce the points made here. One is that for whatever reason, China's infrastructure has been enormous. There are different measures. This is one that's used that tries to take into account direct and indirect using their input-output matrix. And it makes everybody bigger, but China's big even compared to Spain and Ireland. And actually, a paper I didn't know till I read this paper is there's a paper by Huang and other authors showing that the centrality of construction, real estate, is much bigger than anything else in the Chinese economy. As I said, a lot of this has been going out into the tier 3 cities. That's the red line, where their share has just been growing. I have to say, as someone as an observer of China for a long time, I didn't know that was stupid. I mean, it seemed to make sense. You didn't want Sao Paulo got overrun, Mumbai got overrun. Why not build nice infrastructure? Why not build nice real estate? They've been doing that. I think a little known fact, which Wan Chen I first showed in a 2019 paper called Peak China Housing, where I have to say people were very skeptical. We showed something like this, where it's not just that they build a lot, it's that they built a lot. Their square meters per capita have gone from 7 in 1990 to 48 in 2022. And they're ahead of a lot of rich countries. I mean, okay, they have a lot more land than Japan. It's not like an exact comparison. But it's another reason to think, and I'll come to a slide later, you know, they might be running into diminishing returns. Very hard to get accurate housing prices in China. Wei probably could do better than us, but this is from our recent JIE paper that shows in the tier 3 cities it's been falling. This is only, now more than a year old, and it's probably way understated. I wish I had vacancy rates. That's a national secret, so it seems. You can't get that. But you can get housing under construction versus housing completed. And it's crept up to the 10-year mark. I mean, in the United States, it probably takes 2 or 3 years to build a house. It doesn't take 10, except in Cambridge, you know, where I live. But you know, this is a sign that there are bankruptcies, that you know things are going wrong, and it's not all great. Okay, so a big question: is China going to end up like Japan? I think that's an important question. There's a lot to be said about it. I'm not going to be able to say it here today. It's something I'm working on. But you know, one thing that's very tough on China is that the housing accounts for a huge part of their wealth, much, much bigger than in certainly the United States, Japan, or Europe. This is looking at, there's been some drop. It's from another paper of ours, 2022 versus 2023. But you can see the stock market's a midget compared to housing and their wealth. No wonder they're having trouble, you know, getting people to consume when they see that housing's obviously falling. Everyone in China knows that it's really fallen a lot. And this is just housing. There's also real estate. You can say the same thing. There's this big wealth effect. The official number's 5%. They're in deflation. I just don't believe their numbers at all in thinking about this. Lastly, I'm going to mention just briefly a book, only to say that I didn't actually think I was being that critical of China. This is a book I have coming out in a month that has a few chapters about China. I won't say what it's about, but I've already gotten feedback from the people who eagerly wanted to translate it in China that, sorry, there's a lot of problematic passages, you can't say this. I mean, I had a book with Maury that got translated, and my book with Carmen did, which I thought had more problematic passages, but who knows. So, coming back to what I started with, there's this theme that we should all do what China did. We should just the biggest possible imaginable stimulus, and it's just going to be the greatest thing. And that gets a point that gets regularly revisited up till recently in Paul Krugman's columns and many, many others. Martin Wolf has mentioned it. And there's more to it than that in trying to be successful. So anyway, I'll stop here.
Thanks, Ken. The second discussant is David Yang.
Much for having me. I won't have a book to advertise in the end, but I will very much sort of add. I think my goal for discussion, my part of the discussion is that I will add a bit of political economy texture to the paper, which will hopefully enrich the discussion. Okay, the paper's sort of big background motivation can be summarized in these two newspaper headlines. I'm deliberately sort of taking this from the Global Times, the mouthpiece from China, which is. In the top panel, the growth target that was officially set in 2023, around 5%, and reflecting confidence in economic recovery. And while there has been a lot of economic turmoil and headwinds, you see almost the exact same headline in 2025, where the growth target is set again at around 5% and likely to be delivered. So that's feature number one. That's a sort of way, and is try to study in this paper, and also a very key sort of element which reflects very much the political economy in this context, which is you see this almost every year, where when China sets the growth target at 5%, the provincial own growth target are oftentimes inflate that number. Here is an example from 2023, where you see sort of pretty sizable inflation, not inflation, but sort of a pretty sizable sort of a more aggressive growth target that's set by the local government, and it's trickled down all the way to the city level. Okay, so what does the paper is hoping to do is to try to answer a pretty big question of how does this growth target guide and reshape the Chinese economy, especially during the transition from a fast-growing regime to a slowdown period. It documents a very intriguing pattern that there is this asymmetry where the growth target coming from the national government rises pretty rapidly during the high growth period. It slows down very sluggishly during slowdown. And because this amplification from the local governments, it adds a lot of pressure during the economic slowdown, which results in the potential sort of distortionary and risky behavior, such as taking on more debt, taking on a lot more sort of real estate and land sales, as Ken was emphasizing. What I really liked about this paper is that it really highlights two sort of quintessential features of political economy in China. One is that most of the growth engine in China is delivered by the local governments, and you see here that they are very much a critical player, and how they're incentivized to do this is very much an important part of the story. And two is that the national government is extremely, one of their most paramount objectives is to ensure stability, and you see this sort of very stable growth target that's being set despite sort of the economic fundamental might have required a slowdown. Okay, so that's the basic summary. I want to sort of touch upon four points in my comments. The first one is that given the importance of local governments here in the story, I want to add a bit more texture to what is the incentive behind governments, in particular local governments, growth target setting, and what's underlying this amplification, and sort of especially thinking about the counterfactual of have we get rid of the growth target, or have we allow local governments to not set the amplified targets, what will get crowded out. Okay. The second point, which is I guess Ken was touching upon as well, which is can this last forever? Can this smoothing using this smooth growth target really be sustainable? The third point I will briefly touch on is that what does this tell us about the reliability of China's growth data, linking this to some of the more recent literature that try to study this. And finally, I want to spend some time to put this into a more global comparative perspective. China is not the only country who do growth target. In fact, you will be surprised with how many countries are explicitly setting growth target and see how much one can learn from this particular context. Okay, so the first up, the government's sort of incentive. I want to list here sort of a couple of broad sort of rules I think one can take away from the government's incentive of setting growth target. The first one, which we'll come back to in more detail in the next slides, which is holding everything else fixed, it seems setting up a higher target is valuable. I'll come back to sort of what exactly this biased government, both the local and central government, in a second. That seems to be straightforward. If there's no other pressure, the higher target seems to be able to generate more potential coordination in growth. The second one, which is potentially a unique feature for China, which is local governments need to set a target above national government's target. Very rarely in the last 20 years, you see local government's target are set below national governments. You should really consider national government's target as a bottom line, that every local government, they can decide whether to amplify the target, but you have to basically set at least at the level of national governments. And that puts quite a lot of pressure on what's the bottom line the national governments are setting, which will trickle down to the rest of the political regime. The third part, which is more contentious, and this I think will require a bit more discussion and some sort of more evidence, which is that I suspect sort of missing target is going to be very costly. And this is going to be one of the underlying forces that's keeping sort of the in equilibrium. Every local governments are not sort of amplify the targets to the extreme. That they're setting amplified target, but to some moderation, because showing actual growth that's below your own target is politically costly. Otherwise, the local competition would really mean a lot of exaggerated targets. However, as we see, by definition, especially in the recent years, when the national government sets the target at 5%, and many of the local governments are setting targets above that, national growth is hit exactly 5%, which means a substantial fraction of local governments are missing their own target. What exactly is the political cost that they face, and what's the trade-off between the missing the target versus pursuing the thing that you buy from setting a potentially overly high target? That's going to be quite important to think about the counterfactor of if we force local governments to push down their target, what might be lost here. This is the same is probably true for the national government as well. That when national government sets an overly high target and they missed it, this is likely going to send an extremely negative signal to the population and to the economy, and that's going to have a very large political cost as well. So that's going to have some disciplinary effects on the national target setting as well. So the question comes down to what does a high target buy you? To the extent that sort of missing target is costly, and there's some sort of evidence of overwhelming amplification that local governments wouldn't do. Now here, I think sort of laying out exactly what's the motivation, and sort of I think a lot more discussion and maybe evidence is potentially will be helpful to think what gets sort of what will be potentially taken out if such overly high target is not available. You can think about some of these have nothing to do with sort of local competition that's underlying the target setting. A high local target might incentivize efforts among local agents. This is the thing that's pushing more efforts out of the local politicians. Local politicians might prefer to set a high target to buffer negative shocks or buffer sort of some local jurisdictions that do not comply with their growth objectives. It might signal, importantly, a coordinated optimism to invite more investments and consumptions and so on. That might end up having just a smoothing factor, especially in the recent years. There are also going to be potentially some incentive that's more zero-sum, which is going to be potentially not helpful from a national government's perspective. If a lot of this is coming as a result of regional competition to attract investment away from each other, and then that competition is local level is going to generate more growth, but it's not going to be helpful from a national government's perspective. So I think these motivations is going to have different implications on aggregate growth and local policies, and sort of whether we're going to expect to see more of the taking on debt as the primary sort of outcome of this versus a lot more local protectionism because the target setting is really try to steer competition away from each other and resources away from each other. That matters for the motivation. So that's comment number one. Comment number two, which I will show will be quite brief, but sort of the ultimate question this leads to is that can this last forever? would this be some version of a Keynesian stabilizer that after 5 years things go back to the moderate growth trajectory and things get smoothed out, or you will end up with a lot of inflation because of overspending and so on. That seems to very much hinges on what is the fundamental causes for the economic downturn that trigger the smoothing mechanism to start in the first place. And it might complicate the story while there are a lot of the potential distortionary counter-cyclical policies being taking place. China is also dealing with deflation rather than inflation, so it doesn't seem like we're necessarily end into the other side of the being not being a Keynesian stabilizer. Okay, so that's my second thought. The third one is to link this a bit closer to some of the more recent literature, and much of this is happening in political economy, to think about the overall reliability of GDP data, both in China but also broadly speaking in the world. So here I'm showing you one example of a recent paper that shows that if you were to project the growth of GDP using the satellite data and using the elasticity of satellite night luminosity growth versus the reported GDP growth, you see a much higher elasticity in autocratic regimes than in democracy, and that boils down to about 30% of the inflation if you take the growth from the satellite night luminosity to be the true growth. Okay. China is very much not the extreme 30% inflation, but very close to the top end of the estimates. With this paper, it complicates the story is that this means a potentially different type of growth during the slowdown period, where growth does not go down to consumption, does not go down to actual economic activity, because the growth is driven by debt taking and so on. So some of the inflation might have been simply reflected in the different mode, and maybe the quote unquote unhealthy mode of growth, but rather than literally GDP data manipulation. On the other hand, there also are evidence that as you set a target, if you're 4.95% growth, then you probably want to cook the number up to 5% to make it slightly better, that you just hit the target. So there's going to be a lot of bunching right at the growth target level. So how much of this on net, the inflation or the manipulation of GDP data is coming from a different mode of growth versus the target itself is incentivizing more misreporting, that I think this paper can potentially speak to. Okay. My final point, and to zoom out a little bit, is that China is certainly not a unique player in setting national growth target. In fact, if we look around the world, depending on the year you're looking at about a third of the countries in the world are explicitly putting a GDP growth target in a national growth framework. Here are some examples. India, for example, sets a growth rate as at least 9%, as high as 9% up until 2030. Kenya, in their national growth target, sets 10% per year on average, again towards 2030. Brazil, roughly the same time framework, 3 to 4%, a lower number, but explicitly also saying that this is meant to use as a way to stabilize the economy during the slowdown. There are some key important features that makes the other countries' growth target setting quite different from what's being studied and emphasized in the Chinese context, which is that, one, many of these other examples, the growth target is even less flexible than the Chinese one, which is set annually, where oftentimes these national growth targets are set at a decade horizon. How much of the growth target is binding when you set at the long horizon, that's a question. Second is that how much of the other countries' growth target is linked to the politicians' incentive, especially trickle down throughout the political hierarchy. That's a question mark. And to the extent that a lot of the implications for China's growth target and how that affects the overall growth is driven by growth targets being taken down and allocated to the local governments. One is quite interested to see how this is relevant for other economies. The final note here is that there are examples where countries are setting explicit growth target, but in a very different form. UK would be an example where the growth target was set that as long as it beats all the other G7, it satisfies the growth target. And later on, it shifts the growth target to it's not about GDP, but it's about disposable income. So you could potentially use growth target to incentivize growth, but in a different objective than the national GDP total amount. That might potentially prevent some of the problem that we face in this paper today. Great, thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, we have a few questions already. For new participants, if you want to speak, put your name tag up, or if you're back from the table, just hold it up and then you can come to the table to use the microphone. Let's start with John Halterwanger and then Steve Davis.
A very interesting paper and discussion. I was struck by Ken's remarks and in the paper about the changing quality of growth. It seems like if it hasn't been done, and this is kind of a question both and a comment, that doing Shea Cleanow-like exercises for China would be very interesting over this period of time. I'm looking at the main table from Shea Cleanow right now, and the main conclusion that they made was China had much more misallocation than the United States. But a second part of there was actually from 1998 to 2005, allocative efficiency improved dramatically across in China. And so I'm wondering whether in this post-2010 period, whether it's gone the other way. And if it has, and we could do that, you could learn a lot, not just by looking at the national misallocation, but by various regions, by various industries, and so on. So it seems like a very interesting set of exercises would be, even though by the way, I'm on record of being somewhat critical of Shea Cleanow as being, you'll be careful how to interpret it. I still think it could be trying to go after the extent of misallocation, I think could be very powerful in this context.
Steve and then David Romer.
Yeah, super interesting paper and discussions. Thanks for all that. So, we all understand that if we have a team of RAs, for example, there might be a positive correlation between lines of code written and their productivity. But if we then start to incentivize lines of code, and we say, well, this is how you get promoted, this is how you're going to be compensated, that would create all kinds of problems. So the question I have for the authors or the discussants is, did China just make a basic mistake in personnel management in the way it's tried to manage its GDP growth to target at the local level? Or is there some deeper, more fundamental reason why they're stuck with this particular GDP targeting and management scheme that they find it very hard to get away from?
David and then John.
I think first of all, this is absolutely fascinating and incredibly educational. I think I sort of want to ask close to Steve's question in a different way. So one of the takeaways from the paper is, I would say, China's had an aggregate demand problem dating back 15 years, and they've chosen to deal with it through this sort of exceptional macro stimulus or infrastructure investment, loose credit problem, leading to lots of unproductive stuff and also big growth in debt issues. The question is why, I mean, people have been saying for 20 years, China has to move to a growth model driven by private consumption. And it's sort of a Simon Kuznets level analysis. Let's just march through the components of GDP. That's really the only plausible candidate. And then the next sentence was, and of course, they're going to do that very soon. And that hasn't worked out that way. So is it wrong to think that that's the alternative? And if it is the alternative, why haven't they done it? Is it something complicated with incentives? Is it something about ideology that they view private consumption differently than we do? I sort of like to link it to that sort of conventional wisdom that they need to move to, and we're going to move to a private consumption-driven model of growth.
John and then Brent.
So two things. One thing that struck me when I was reading the paper was that, so these are annual targets which are announced at the beginning of the year. And then they're being monitored during the year. And so you're like in September of a year, and you're not meeting your target. And your response to that is to build infrastructure during the year. Okay? And that is actually supposedly working. Okay? So I understand people build things very fast in China, but still, you're in September and you're going to build a railroad track. So I had a correspondence with Wei about this, and my understanding, but I'd love to hear more from him about this, is that it seems as though China may deviate from the standard method of national accounts on this and may count projects that are started in a year for that year or something along those lines. So that obviously is playing some role in how we interpret these numbers and the extent to which they're able to smooth, because it's not really what you're building, it's what you're starting. Which is very strange. And the other thing I wanted to say is that when Emmy and I wrote a paper about kind of mismeasurement of Chinese statistics a while back, we were basing it on angle curve analysis. And so basically, if people are really getting richer, then you should see expenditure switching towards goods, luxury goods. And in the 90s, in the early period, in the good period that Wei talked about, you really do see that. And we were estimating that growth was even higher than the official numbers during that period. And then, so our sample ends kind of towards the beginning of the so-called bad period in Wei's paper, but we really saw a huge reversal that this switching, expenditure switching towards luxury goods that you should be seeing if these people are getting richer, it just stopped. And we were estimating essentially zero growth or negative growth in the early 2010s.
Before we go to Brent, let me add another measurement question, and we'll come back to you soon, I promise, Wei. This is also in the paper, and it jumps out of your charts, that when you show the debt, the categories, the category that's growing is non-financial corporations, right? It doesn't show up as public debt. So is that, again, an accounting issue? Is it a labeling issue? Is it state-owned enterprises? What's the mechanism that puts this state or this provincial and third-tier city debt into non-financial corporations? Okay, Brent.
Thanks, and really look forward to reading the paper, which very interesting presentation. I had a very quick question, which is just in recent conversations with some provincial level Chinese economic policy leaders, GDP targets didn't come up nearly as much as production targets in particular sectors. And I just wondered the extent to which the GDP target is the salient constraint leading to the sort of misallocation and overinvestment relative to some of these other tools, which at least also feature quite large these days.
Joe Jerko.
Wei, really interesting paper. I have a specific question, maybe too much in the weeds, on the misallocation issue and the lack of the absence of correlation with corporate profits. You hear stories about multiple local governments encouraging the same specific industries or sectors, and you get overcapacity, which could explain why nobody can make money in that sector because they have to sell at a loss. Is there not an office in Zhongnanhai that monitors this and kind of disciplines how many local governments or provinces can subsidize this or that industry?
Let's let Wei answer a few questions, and then we'll come back for another round.
Okay, thanks a lot for Ken and David for wonderful discussions and also for these stimulating questions. There's so many, so I need to let me quickly answer some sort of simple ones, so they're easy to address. So Janice mentioned this sort of the charts, so that I think this I didn't get a chance to get into details. So the fact sort of the rising sort of the debt is in the non-financial corporation, right? So I think so that this is a classification issue. So most of the local government debt, especially in recent years, they are in the shadow. They went through the so-called local government financing vehicles. These are basically local firms established by local government to seek debt financing, so solely for that purposes. So in terms of firm registration, they are firms. But at the same time, they are really firms affiliated with local governments. So that, right? So this part of, so that a lot of the growth is really coming from these vehicles, but they are really local government debt. So that's why sort of you have to go through all this scrutiny. And in fact, actually, central government in Beijing took several rounds of auditing, right? So which debt is local government debt, which is sort of other debt, so, right? So it's, it takes a lot of effort to figure that out. Yeah.
My first guess was financing vehicles, but they're non-financial corporations, so they really went the extra step.
I think this is a classification issue. I think intentionally, so local government want to hide this away from central government, right? Because this is something they want to do on the side, to basically to jump the gun relative to other regions, right? So this is for their tournament. So coming back to sort of, there are lots of questions coming back sort of to the structural imbalance. Ken, David, sort of, and John, Steve, and David, you kind of all mentioned sort of something related to that. I think sort of, because I had this limited time, so I think sort of maybe this is a good time so that I clarify a bit. So the reason sort of, perhaps I'm not as negative as I can, so think sort of in terms, I think this model actually has some value in it, even though I do believe this is time for China to switch out of that model. That model is not working now. So, but it kind of worked going back sort of 30 or 20 years. I think it was working. That's how sort of, China grew so quick, right? So, in the perfect world, of course, market should do its thing, but sort of, go back 40 years ago, this is a country, really poor and lack of capital, lack of technology. I think sort of the model is an imbalanced model, but it's an imbalanced model by transferring, capital from household to firms, right, and also to government, sort of through the state system, to speed up the capital accumulation, and also sort of all this industrial policy at that time may not be labeled as industrial policy, but it's kind of like basically industrial policy, right, to help firms to sort of accumulate technology quicker to catching up to the rest of the world. So that model kind of worked sort of 20 years ago. But I want to highlight, our study basically highlights, so that after the stimulus ended, sort of somehow in the data, you clearly see that there's a change, sort of, the dynamics changed because, the growth actually before that seems to be organic because, the target is not really binding, right? Because, realized growth exceeded the targets by large margin anyway. So they're kind of just for guidance. But sort of after 2010, really they're binding. So basically, sort of growth are really heavily, driven by these state-led investment. Then sort of it's not organic anymore, right? So then, the fact sort of why sort of China stuck with this target. I think there's sort of I think it's a lot of reasons. I think David trying to get into some of that. Some is political, but I think sort of also there's another thing is that sort of for policymakers' point of view in China, they kind of have this sort of confidence. It was working before. I worked for 30-some years. It was working really well. So right. So then why not continue to do it? I guess sort of there has to be mounting evidence somehow it doesn't work anymore. I think that eventually they will have to switch out, right? But sort of we are seeing signs now, sort of, it's starting, I think, not working in that sense. There are all these problems, right? So much that needed really to reach that target. This is a worrying sign to me, right? And the fact sort of, the lack of correlation, the diminished correlation of GDP growth with other variables are also a worrying sign, right? Because that means sort of the growth are too heavily managed. They are not organic. Sort of the GDP growth is there, but they are not come with sort of proportional gains on other dimensions. That's the worrying sign, right? But the fact sort of why they're stuck with this, because I also should echo sort of David's discussion, sort of this political economy reason, because sort of under this current growth model, it required to mobilize in the whole state system, right? So the expensive government system from provincial to city to county, and all there is a massive system. It requires some matrix to measure performance, to mobilize, to coordinate the sort of the effort, right? So you need some simple measure. I think so at the moment, so GDP growth, it's not the only measure, but it's a key measure, and there's a lot of weight to put on that simple measure, right? So under sort of this measure, so at least everybody knows exactly what to target. If sort of the measure gets too complicated, I think that's the worry. I think sort of in organization economics, there's a lot of discussion about it has to be simple so that people can understand. So I think sort of course, sort of there has been a lot of discussion lately about maybe need to shift that measure from GDP growth into some measure of household demand or consumption. That would be kind of really sort of forcing local government to put effort on not just that abstract GDP growth, right, but rather something directly related to households, right? Because to boost consumption, you need income. So at the moment, I think sort of because all this effort is about to expand the production, right? To expand production, you need the capital. So I think sort of for that reason, sort of this natural sort of tendency to suppress a wage and and even sort of suppress interest rate through financial system to subsidize investment, right? So I think sort of this is the structure issue, but it worked before. I think it's for the early stage it worked well, right? But I think when the economy matures, I think it's some point you need to switch out. I think sort of this is should be time already, but I think it's sort of the policymaker need to sort of form sufficient confidence that this is the right time. I think they're still waiting. I think that's unfortunately.
Yeah, Gerald.
So following up on this and kind of David's comment that we always expected them to switch to a consumption-based model, and I think the forcing mechanism that people thought would be that the debt dynamics wouldn't be sustainable. And you kind of said that that effectively, I think the government has managed the balance sheet by shifting household savings in kind of playing whack-a-mole, and that when there was a hole, they moved household savings. The question is that sustainable? Like, at what point does that need to end, and therefore does the model of growing based on debt need to end?
Wendy Edelberg.
My question's about lags. I thought, Ken made the damning point that the infrastructure smelled like death. I think I'm thinking of what would a Chinese government official say to try to counter all of these arguments, and they might say, this is exactly what we wanted. This is just long-term investment growth, and it's going to take a while to pay off. And so it looks like you have lags, but maybe it could be that the lags aren't long enough. I think I'm just putting up a straw man that I'm asking you to knock down.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Wonderful presentation, Wei. I would love to get a sense as to, are there market signals about the debt distress at the local government? I know that long-term Chinese government, central government yields have fallen about 100 basis points in the past few years, down from 2 to 1%. Do we see, is there a sense that there's a government guarantee of this local government debt? And if so, how do you think of the yield curve dynamics of government bonds in China?
Fabrizio.
A question connected to what John was asking. So you say the target were working before. My sense is maybe they were not hurting, but it's not that were working. I mean, the growth early China was driven most, as we know from work of stories like Song and Zilibot, it's like all this transfer from unproductive public enterprise to private, big reallocation of that. That wasn't the target driving it. It was just other stuff. And now you have this target that when they should help, of course, I mean, my sense is that they don't help. So is there like maybe better characterization is that they were not hurting before, now they hurt?
Okay. Any other questions? Back to you, Wei.
Okay.
You can
all
wrap
right.
up.
Thanks. Yeah, so relating to this question, so in fact, actually, even some earlier question touched on this debt dynamics, the sustainability and all that, right? So I think sort of on this issue, we have to view this with a bit of nuances. First, I had got this question all the time, sort of about, will there be a financial crisis in China, right? The debt level is rising and the housing bubble crashed. Why there's no, right? So in fact, that before it crashed, so they already had a lot of concern, should there be a financial crisis? So far, we have not seen that, right? So I think actually probably there won't be a financial crisis in China because the financial system is all state-owned. So, right? So if there's a bank run, so the simple thing, just shut off the bank. Nobody can withdraw money. There's no run, right? So it's the simple way to address it. And this, I have no doubt that when that comes, this will be taken, this measure, right? So in that sense, sort of the sustainability is not about the financial crisis per se, but of course, sort of the more fundamental issue is actually still about sort of whether sort of the firm and the government can finance their activities, right? So I think sort of I think the bigger worry at the moment is that despite the 5% growth rate posted in recent years, right? So the actually physical revenue, the tax revenue has been falling. So that's actually more worry, right? So that means at some point, at the moment, sort of the government trying to boost revenue through other sources and non-tax revenue, right? So I think that's probably is not going to be sustainable. So in that sense, this is more direct measure. So that's why there are some changes directly coming from that side because tax revenue is not catching up. But that's also a sign, the model is running into difficulties, right? And about the debt guarantee, right? So yeah, local debt is actually guaranteed. So they're all guaranteed. So in fact, when local government was borrowing from the shadow, through the local financing vehicles, the banks were very happy to facilitate this, right? Because all these debt eventually are guaranteed, right? So they are not worried about it. In fact, when they were in shadow, banks are happier because they can charge a higher interest rate. But now, actually, after several rounds of swap, right? So China has this debt swap program for local government to issue official debt at a lower interest rate, right? So this has been going on. But in the meantime, sort of local government actually continue to borrow even more, still through the shadow, because this is a way basically they can borrow more from the side, then they can grow quicker, at least sort of on the dimension, right? So they like. So I think sort of. So this question about sort of target driving why I think in the previous years the targets are not binding, right? So in that sense, sort of, but this doesn't mean the intervention will not matter. Of course, in those years, by quickly accumulating capital and by channeling this capital at relatively low cost to firms, even though banking sector mostly supplied capital to state firms, right? As you mentioned, this growing like China paper, highlighted. But actually, even private firm also benefited from this low interest rate, or sometimes we call financial repression kind of arrangement, right? Because indirectly, they all kind of can borrow at a lower cost, even if not directly from banks, right? So in that sense, sort of all these measures together helped, I think, right? So it just sort of in recent years when growth slowed down. So during the slowdown phase, I think the dynamics sort of behave very differently, right? So I think sort of this is why, so they're together. So now this target is now binding. Right, so then we kind of see sort of the difficulty coming from the targets more directly now, right? So that's what we want to highlight. Oh, I forgot to mention, respond to John's earlier question about the angles curve and all that. So I think sort of actually our paper I meant to sort of highlight that in this managed economy, some variables are more directly managed, some other variables are less managed. That's why sort of dynamics sort of they may appear differently, right? When you have some variable directly managed, some are not. So some of these relationship they may not work exactly as sort of we would expect. I think so. That's why sort of in your paper you can see sort of some of these findings, and also sort of the time to build the issue, right? I think indeed sort of China's accounting sort of growth accounting sort of GDP accounting works a bit more forward-looking, right? When the project is budgeted, so then they will officially will account in local GDP proportionally based on the time, right? If this project is 2 years to finish, you're already 6 months into the way, the local can put the 25% already in the growth already, right? So assuming that you will eventually finish, right? Because the budget is already there, right? So I think sort of this helps to speed up, right? And of course, they might even jump the gun a little bit more. So, but again, assuming that it will be finished, right? Right.
Okay, thanks very much, Wei and Ken and David. We'll take our break now until 2:25. Can we get you about 5 minutes early? And we'll have the labor migration paper next.
that workers simply don't.
You learn so much coming to this thing, right? Yeah, really cool stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
All of our corporates and jobs that keep moving there for low tax, low regulation, low wage regime in Canada.
I got my fiber. My age always give me the fiber.
Sisters are from Canada.
Okay, let's get started. The next paper is Should I Stay or Should I Go? There's more. The response of labor migration to economic shocks, and it'll be presented by Chris House.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting our paper and allowing us to be on the program. This is joint work with my co-authors Andrea Foskey, Christian Probsting, and Linda Tizar, and they're all here today. Okay, in 1992, at the Brookings Conference, Olivier Blanchard and Larry Katz presented a very famous paper on regional adjustments to relative differences in economic well-being. And in that paper, what they found was that the dominant adjustment mechanism to regional differences in economic well-being was in fact labor mobility. That is, workers leaving regions that were experiencing economic hardship, moving to greener pastures. To us, we kind of think of this as the traditional view of labor mobility and regional adjustment. Now recently, researchers have started to conclude that there might be a change in the extent to which workers move from one region to the next. In particular, there is some growing concern that workers are a little bit less mobile today than they were in the past. Some researchers have argued that in the wake of the Great Recession or in the wake of the China shock, that workers simply don't move to the extent that you would have thought that they would have. And other researchers have pointed out that there's been a fairly steady decline in gross labor migration rates state to state in the United States, and this is absolutely true. So in this paper, what we're going to do is we're going to ask, is it actually the case that workers move in response to local labor demand shocks? If they do, how much do they move? To what, quantitatively, how big is this effect? And importantly, is there any evidence that this willingness on the part of workers to relocate, is there any evidence that that has declined over time? Now, to get at this question, what we're basically going to do is we're going to use 4 common labor demand instruments, labor demand shifters, and we're basically just going to look to see how regions, states or counties, commuting zones, how workers in these regions respond to these labor demand shocks. Now, before I show you the actual regressions that we're going to run, I just want to remind you that there is a very simple relationship, a direct relationship between observed changes in employment at any region. So here, I is a region. Think of I as a state. If you observe the change in employment in state I, you can always split that into the change in employment that's attributed to a change in the unemployment rate, or the change in local labor force participation, or the change in population. This relationship is true by definition. Okay, this stuff has to add up, just the way the variables are defined. And these are going to be the key variables that we're going to focus on in the paper. So essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to run regressions of this form right here. These are local projections or Jordan projections, horizon-specific regressions. And for each one of these regressions, here, Y will be one of the variables of interest. Maybe it's employment, or maybe it's the unemployment rate, or perhaps it's the change in population. And we're going to regress that on a labor demand shifter. We typically include state or region and time fixed effects. We might include other controls as well. This coefficient right here is the first coefficient that we're kind of interested in. So beta H is going to be the response of that variable H periods after the labor demand shock. Okay? All right. In addition to these beta coefficients, we're also going to be interested in gamma coefficients, which we're just simply going to take as the ratio of the beta coefficient to the beta coefficient for the employment regression. Okay? If you want, you can think about this as the two-stage least squares estimator, which it is for an exactly identified two-stage least squares regression. But I think our preferred interpretation is just as the share of the employment response that is attributed to the change in the unemployment rate or the change in the population, what have you. Okay? That's the basic strategy. All right? Okay, so the first instrument that I'm going to talk about, and this is the one that we spend kind of the most time on in the paper, is the sort of classic Bartik industry composition instrument. And roughly speaking, this is a shift share instrument that uses national variations in industry spending as an indicator of labor demand in regions that specify in that industry. So intuitively, if you see automobile production expand nationally, you're going to kind of think, oh, it must be that labor demand is unusually high in Detroit or in places that produce a lot of automobiles. Okay? That's the basic idea. All right, so this picture right here is essentially a plot of these beta coefficients for our industry shift share instrument. I apologize for the smallness of the font on these pictures. I don't know why Adobe is not cooperating, but the fonts turned out to be a little small. I don't know why. In the upper left panel there, that's the response of employment to the Bartik industry shock as it unfolds over time. You'll notice employment rises on impact, which is what you'd expect from the way the shock is set up, and it continues to rise over time. Okay? Early on, in the very early, the first few years of that shock, it's basically, employment is basically entirely picked up by a reduction in the unemployment rate in that state. Okay? But as the clock ticks, as time passes, more and more of the change in employment is comprised of an inflow of workers coming into these states. Okay? So over time, the lion's share of the employment response is a change in that state's population. Okay? And this is a pattern that we're going to see basically for all of the instruments that I'm going to show you. Okay? To kind of cut to the chase. If I look at those gamma coefficients, remember the gamma coefficients are kind of telling me about how to split up the employment response into its subcomponents, the change in the unemployment rate, the change in labor force participation, the change in the population. You kind of see exactly the picture that you would guess that you'd be seeing. Very early on, almost all of the change in employment is coming about through reductions in local unemployment rates. But over time, the employment response is being attributed more and more to a change in population in that region. At 5 years out, 5 years is kind of what we kind of return to as our typical measure of the long run. At 5 years out, about 60% of the change in employment at that state is attached to workers coming into the state. If we repeat this exercise year after year after year, so here I'm plotting rolling regressions, so each dot is a regression coefficient that corresponds to a 10-year window. I'm just going to kind of repeat this throughout the sample. You'll notice that the instrument kind of does a pretty good job throughout the whole sample. Employment is rising year after year after year, and the population estimates, those also kind of rise year after year after year. But there are variations in the strength of this instrument. Sometimes the instrument is a very strong instrument, sometimes not so strong. That said, these are beta coefficients. If I look at the gamma coefficient, which is kind of our elasticity estimate, the gamma coefficient is much, much more stable. This, again, is at a 5-year horizon. And so what this is telling you is that irrespective of the time period that you're looking at, after 5 years after that shock hits, about 60% of the change in employment is being pinned on an inflow of workers. Okay? One other thing I'll just mention, that, dealing with these fluctuations in the first stage estimates. You might think that if you were a researcher, and you chose your sample period one way or another, that you might end up getting different estimates based purely on the sample period that you chose. Well, if I think about the Blanchard and Katz paper, their sample period is right there. And you can kind of see that their estimates are going to be probably a little bit on the high side. A more recent paper by Dow et al. So Dow et al. Make a number of improvements on Blanchard and Katz's early approach. They use an instrument, as we do, and they extend the sample, as they should. You'll notice that by extending the sample, they do admit a bunch of observations that are on the low end. Okay? In fact, most of the difference between Dow et al.'s results and Blanchard and Katz is due to that variation in the sample. It's not really caused by the instrument. So this table is kind of summarizing the results you saw in these pictures. But the key difference in this table is that I am running these regressions at different levels of aggregation. So the pictures I was showing you a moment ago, those are all based on states. This table is looking at states, commuting zones, smaller region, and counties. Our initial thought was that we would see the strongest effects at the county level and the weakest effects at the state level. We don't. For some reason, especially with the first stage estimates, our estimates are kind of counter to what we were guessing. The strongest effects seem to be at the state level. The weakest effects seem to be at the county level. We're not really sure what to make of this, but it's a result that kind of comes up again and again. That said, those gamma estimates, which are the 3 numbers there in the bottom, those always kind of turn out to be basically the same. About 2/3 of the long-run employment response end up being attributed to changes in labor migration. Okay? We do take advantage of the data to look to see whether there are differences in migration responses based on demographics. There is some evidence that there are greater, more pronounced labor responses from people in urban areas as opposed to in rural areas. There is some evidence that suggests that higher income individuals and individuals with higher educations, they also seem to respond a bit more to incentives to change location. Okay. Another thing that we look at is whether there's a difference by age. So here, the picture on the left is for the impact period of the shock. These are migration rates by age. Okay? And you'll notice that in the impact period, there's not much going on. If there's one group that shows any response at all, it's that 20 to 24 year group, people kind of just starting their careers. If anybody's moving, it's that group. At 5 years out, the people who are moving are the younger people in the population, 20 to 24, and so forth. The older people in the population, the geezers like me, we don't move. Kind of what you'd expect. Let me very briefly, in my remaining minute and a half or whatever I have here, let me just show you these other instruments. So we also look at the Nakamura and Steinson military instrument, another shift share. Basic idea is kind of the same as before. You look at national variations in military spending, and if military spending goes up at the aggregate level, you're going to kind of guess that, oh, it's probably Boeing that's hiring people to build those planes. And that's the region where labor demand would be going up. And you get very similar results. Again, early on, all of the change in employment is attributed to changes in unemployment on impact. And over time, it's changes in the population that end up accounting for all of it. We do the same thing with the housing net worth shock that Mian and Sufi looked at. And you get kind of the same response. And when we do the same exercise with the China shock, emphasized by Otterdorn and Hansen, we also get a very, very similar, pattern. Early on, not much of a change in migration, but as you let the clock run, the effects of migration start to become more and more pronounced over time. This last slide here is kind of summing up all of the shocks. You'll notice that the shocks do differ. These shocks aren't all the same. A change in the housing net worth shock, probably not a permanent effect on that area. The change in the China shock is a much bigger effect, more pronounced for these areas. But if I look at the normalized coefficients, those gamma coefficients, the estimates are much, much more stable. You end up kind of with this consistent message that in the long run, it's about 2/3 of the employment change that's associated with changes in labor migration. Okay. So to summarize, looking across these instruments, virtually every instrument kind of tells the same story. All these effects are economically significant. They're statistically significant. And for every single one of these labor demand shifters, you get an effect coming from labor migration, particularly in the long run. I mentioned that there's this puzzling result that smaller regions seem to have slightly smaller migration responses. I'm not really sure if we have a good explanation as to why that is, but it's there in the data. There's some evidence that higher income individuals, higher educated people, younger people, these are the people that move. It's the older folks, less educated, lower income, they're more stationary. And most importantly, we don't find any compelling evidence that there's been a decline in the migration elasticities over time. Gross migration rates have dropped, but the responses to these individual shocks are basically as strong as they were when Blanchard and Katz were doing their estimates in the past. Sorry, I'm over time.
Thanks, Chris. The first discussant is Brian Kovac.
All right, thanks so much for the opportunity to discuss this paper, and I'm delighted that Abby Wozniak is going to be following me because when I have questions in this literature, she's who I ask. So as you just heard, this paper asks what portion of local employment responses to local labor demand shocks can be accounted for by interregional migration, and how has that portion changed over time? And interestingly, they find that migration accounts for both a majority of that adjustment within a few years of the shock's arrival, and that those effects are reasonably constant over a very long time period. So I'll defer to Abby on a discussion of the broader literature, but I see sort of three main contributions here. First, the authors assemble 60 years of comparable evidence on population and employment responses to consistently measured labor demand shocks. And that is no small feat. Just to compile the data and ensure their consistency and make this all interpretable over such a long period of time is in itself very impressive. This complements a large literature that also uses very long-run data to argue about how unconditional migration rates have changed. Now we've got a similarly long time series of conditional migration rates, conditional on labor demand shocks. It also fills in and expands the historical record on the responses to shocks. And we've got a bunch of nice papers that kind of give you little time points on that profile or ranges within that profile, but this paper then expands and fills in all of the holes in that profile. They use 4 different shock measures, finding similar results for recent years, and that helps overcome any concerns one might have with individual instruments. You know, the concerns with each instrument are a little bit different, and so the fact that they're consistent helps overcome that concern. And argues that migration is as important an adjustment mechanism as ever. I think this is an excellent paper. This is the kind of paper that people are going to be reading for decades afterward. It will be a citation factory. I think it's great. So I have 3 main things to say. The first is about parameter interpretation. So how do we interpret this ratio that they're estimating? How do they address pre-trends? Because that's going to be one of the big differences between this paper's approach and the rest of the literature. And then just a few thoughts on why they're finding those smaller effects in smaller regions. So as I said, I think this focus on the ratio population effects share of the employment effect is new in this paper, and it has the great benefit that it gives you consistent units across all these different shock instruments. So the shock affects employment, but then we can consistently measure how employment affects population, so those units are the same. The challenge that it introduces is that this isn't something that I'm used to interpreting, and so I wanted to think about that a little bit and ask whether it captures concerns about declining dynamism, and to what extent does it do so. So to do that, I just took an off-the-shelf model from MER and Manning's 2018 AER paper, which has a very simple modified Rosen-Roback model with frictional local population adjustment, and importantly, endogenous labor supply conditional on location. Okay, so you've got frictional location choices, but then once you're in a place, not everyone is working in that place. There's an elasticity of labor supply in that dimension as well. I've simplified it to, frankly, take out most of the interesting stuff from the MER and Manning paper. Rather than having a nice dynamic frictional labor market adjustment, I just introduce an isoelastic labor supply to the region to make the algebra easy, but I don't think it changes anything important about the findings. And in the interest of time, I probably shouldn't go through all of this slide. Let me just say there's sort of a standard and very simple housing market in this model. We've got, does this work? No. Okay, I guess I can't point. Can you see this? There we go. So we've got a sort of standard labor demand equation with isoelastic labor demand and a labor demand shock in response to real wages. And then, as I said, this labor supply or wage curve that depends on the number of people living in a place, and then the real wage in that place will increase the probability that folks who live there are employed. That also has a shifter, but I'm not going to use that. And then here's the simplification where rather than a error correction model dynamic labor supply, I just have this simple isoelastic labor supply to the location. Okay. So what do you get out of that? Well, if you just consider the effect of a labor demand shock in that labor demand profile, what you get is that the parameter estimated in this paper is a simple ratio of the elasticity of labor supply to the location of population, and then the sum of that thing and that local labor supply elasticity conditional on living in the place. Okay, so I think that's pretty intuitive. If we just slap T subscripts on those parameters to try to think about what we learn when we see a profile of those gammas over many years, what's clear is that changes in gamma, this ratio, depends on both changes in the population responsiveness and the labor supply responsiveness within a place. And to take an extreme example, which I don't believe, but to give you some intuition, you could imagine a situation where some version of declining dynamism means that people are responding less in terms of their migration, and so that's going to reduce eta t over time. But then say because of an aging population or because of the improvement in non-market entertainment or non-labor market entertainment like video games or television, people might be less and less responsive to wages in that dimension as well. So if both eta and epsilon fall by 10%, you do have declining dynamism in the sense of declining eta, but you see nothing on gamma. Okay, so like I said, I don't think that that's plausible in this context, but it highlights the fact that this parameter captures these two different dimensions and emphasizes the value of showing the population and employment effects separately, which the authors do a great job of. My only additional suggestion here is that it might be rhetorically useful to separate epsilon out from epsilon plus eta in the denominator here, rather than showing beta for employment. That's what was shown in the figures, because that combines both margins. So it's kind of hard for the reader to get a sense of which margin matters most. And what you're going to find is that most of it's eta. You can kind of tell from the picture, but it'll be clearer from this perspective. So that's my first suggestion. Secondly, the big difference in the empirical approach in this paper versus the rest of the literature is how they address pre-trends. Population pre-trends are pervasive in this literature. It is the bane of my work life that I have a lot of difficulty finding clean shocks to local labor markets. They can be unrelated to lots of other economic outcomes and yet still have confounding population pre-trends. And here are a bunch of papers that have those features, or that highlight those features, I should say, including some of my own. And so we've had to deal with this as well. The population results are often pretty sensitive to how you deal with those pre-trends. And let me give you an example from Otto Dorn-Hansen's recent Brookings paper from 2021. What I've done here is replicate their population analysis of the long-run effects of the China shock on the population of those aged 25 to 39. So the black line on this figure just replicates exactly what's in their paper. And in their paper, their pre-trend control is the change in working age population in logs from 1970 to 1990. Now, to me, that was a little surprising because the outcome period that they're looking at here is 2000 to the subsequent years on the x-axis, so why jump over that decade before? So in my own work, I just tried it. So I put in the population pre-trend for that same demographic group, not all working age workers, but that specific age group, between 90 and 2000, and that cuts the magnitude of this effect by 1/3. If you just omit the pre-trend controls completely, it cuts the magnitude by half. Now, I'm not saying that Otto Dorn-Hansen are wrong here. I don't know which of these pre-trend controls is the right one, but this shows you very clearly that how you treat it matters a lot for the quantitative results. And so what do they do in this paper? They estimate this regression here, where these hats represent double demeaning, which is equivalent to including state and year fixed effects, as Chris showed on his slides. I think this is an easier way to understand it, but this is the same thing that was there. And so when I encounter a regression like this with a bunch of fixed effects in it, I start taking differences until I understand what they're doing. And so if you just take the change across two adjacent years, you see that what's an equivalent regression has on the left-hand side the change in the population growth rate regressed on the change in the Bartik instrument. And so the counterfactual assumption underlying a causal interpretation of this regression is that local population growth would persist when Bartik shocks remain constant, like when industry growth at the national level just continues on at the same growth rates in all those different industries. Okay? So another way to think about this is that this is equivalent to taking this population growth pre-trend and putting it on the right-hand side with a coefficient of 1. Okay? So this is the regression. This is how I like thinking about their regression, is this bottom line here. And you can see that it's got two big differences from the rest of the literature. One, it has a pre-trend control, which is similar to the literature, but they impose that the coefficient on it is 1 rather than allowing it to vary. It's usually less than 1 when you estimate these things. And it doesn't have the Bartik shock on the right-hand side. It has the change in the Bartik shock on the right-hand side. So one of my suggestions will be to try to change those things one at a time and walk your way from the prior literature's approach to this paper's approach to try to understand why you find different results from what they might find. And in fact, these findings of substantial population effects in response to these shocks is a bit different from the rest of the literature, and I think it would help us all to understand why. Perhaps we should all be doing it this way, but we need to understand what's driving it. And I should say, based on the author's prior papers and proceedings paper, it looks like that double demeaning really matters. Okay, so the inclusion of those fixed effects is important. On the left, we've got a similar exercise without fixed effects. They find basically nothing. On the right, when they include that double demeaning or fixed effects, they find substantial effects, just like in the paper today. So I suspect it matters a lot. So what I suggest is just show us what happens when you don't demean, just so we know in comparison to the rest of the literature. Try that specification I just showed you with the Bartik level on the right-hand side rather than the change in Bartik on the right-hand side. And then allow that alpha h, the pre-trend coefficient, to differ from 1. And if you can step from the standard regression to this paper's regression one step at a time, it'll help us understand what's driving everything. And then for the literature, I think we just have to deal with pre-trends in this literature, and luckily there's some new results allowing us to assess the sensitivity of our findings to those pre-trends. And then finally, I think for the econometricians, considering the benefits and pitfalls of long time series of shocks and outcomes, I think is pretty important. John and co-authors have a nice paper that does something like this. It allows you to include additional fixed effects, like in the present paper, that might soak up some potential confounders. But then you also face the problem of trying to estimate dynamic effects of time-varying shocks, which is just deeply foundationally challenging and will almost always depend on hard-to-test functional form assumptions. Okay, and then finally, Chris emphasized this kind of surprising result that in smaller when they make the region definition smaller, they find smaller effects rather than the expected larger effects. And I had the same prior. I won't repeat what Chris said about what they think might be happening, but I'm going to put on the table 2 additional potential explanations. One is that there might be a mismatch between the geography at which economic equilibrium operates and the geography in which they are running the regressions. So I think commuting zone is maybe the most plausible of their geographies, but to make it simple, let's just imagine state is where equilibrium happens. Okay, I think that's too big, but just imagine that for a moment. If the state level is where equilibrium happens, then the correct shock is the state level Bartik. But then when you run things at the commuting zone or the county level, you're putting the wrong shock on the right-hand side, this county level shock or commuting zone shock. Well, what I show here is that algebraically, the smaller location shock has to be a simple weighted average of the larger shock. And so even if you don't have true measurement error, your county data can be perfect. You're putting a shock on the right-hand side that is incorrect and deviates from the correct shock with mean 0, like classical measurement error. Now, it doesn't have to be classical, but that could be driving bias towards 0 when you get to the smaller shocks if those are too small regions relative to the regions generating economic equilibrium. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, we've actually already discussed, and they ran this already. The short version is in a paper that I'm working on with Kirill Borisiak and Rafael Dix-Carnero. We point out that in these migration regressions, what matters is not your place's shock, but your place's shock compared to the outside option shock. Right? If every place gets the same negative shock, then nobody moves. But that's not because they're immobile, it's just there's no place to go. Okay? And if those outside options vary by location because of moving frictions or differences in sort of the occupation mix of different places, then that outside option can vary. They've done a great job of controlling for this in the paper. You would expect this to be worse the smaller are the places, because you end up with more concentrated outside options when you have smaller locations rather than larger locations. So they can just simply run that and see what happens. And so I think this is a really impressive paper with really impressive data and very clear and transparent empirical work. I think it fills in a lot of mysteries in this broader literature. And I just have some small suggestions for ways to kind of just button everything up. And irrespective of that, this is going to be a paper that grad students are reading for decades to come. So thank you.
Thanks, Brian. The second discussant is Abby Wozniak.
Thanks, Brian, and thanks to the authors for such a great paper. It was really exciting to read. I had a chance to see this in an earlier form, and it's great to see how far it's come. So Brian dug into the algebra, and I'm going to do sort of a deep dive into the pictures, and then also some thinking about how this fits in a bigger landscape of just the general questions around migration and what the patterns in it mean. So I first want to compliment the authors on, again, a really excellent paper with a lot of strengths. I agree with everything Brian said to that effect. I want to emphasize that I think it's bringing, I think this is evident, but I want to underscore that it's bringing a new perspective to an older set of questions, not ancient, but starting to get there. And so it's hard to say something very new in this space, and I think it was exciting to see the efforts they made on that front. The central finding of this is really intriguing. The bottom line is population responses to local employment shocks in the US have been largely stable since the mid-20th century. I'm emphasizing the US because I think it'd be interesting to know whether this is true in other spaces as well. But that's the big takeaway, and it's certainly interesting. And the paper is extremely thorough, has a wide variety of inputs, many data sets, many dimensions that they're working with. And in spite of that, it's really clear, which is very hard to do. And so I commend them on making it so readable, even though constantly changing a lot of left-hand side and right-hand side variables. So to situate this, I want to go back to something actually that Bob Hall said to me and my co-authors when we presented here on declining dynamism almost 10 years ago now. And I actually looked at the notes from that discussion, and this exact quote was not in there, but this is what I took away and what I've learned from it since. So we were presenting on declining dynamism. We were using the word fluidity, and we were using that word on purpose because we didn't really know what the welfare implications were of the changes we were describing, and we were aiming for a more neutral word. But I think Bob was not totally satisfied with that, and he felt like the tenor was still overly negative. And so he said, you know, if we relabeled dynamism as turnover, then everyone would be really excited about its decline instead of worried about it. And what I took away from that comment was just a deeper understanding that it's really hard to know in these reallocation questions what exactly you're observing. Is this a welfare-enhancing change? Is it made voluntarily? What are the inputs into the decision-making process? It's much, much harder, I think, than a lot of other left-hand side variables that we care about, like income. It's really hard to say that more is better or less is worse. And so I've always kept that perspective, and I'm going to come back to that, hopefully, in the remaining time, and think about how this paper, I think, just gives me a little clue as to where we're going overall with this decline literature. So to that end, I want to talk through really fast a very abridged history of this literature and kind of point out where this paper fits in it. So as Chris mentioned, and I'm going to emphasize the migration part of this literature, and it's also an extremely biased and abridged history, as maybe they all are, but we'll just kind of tour through some highlights on this. So Chris mentioned that a lot of this was kicked off at a BPEA paper session with a Blanchard and Katz paper looking at local labor market adjustment in response to local demand shocks. Over time, a few of us have described that response, overall migration has declined. I want to separate that from that response to the local shocks, but there's been an ongoing decline of about 3 to 4 decades in length, and that has stabilized of late, of the last 10 or 15 years. So a pronounced decline in migration and other measures of labor market adjustments. There kind of ensued a search for causes, consequences. I would say this has only been partially satisfying. I'd say a lot of this remains not well understood. And there's even been a bit of a revision, which is to ask how important is migration to re-equilibration anyway, kind of arguing that it's a bit less important than we saw in Blanchard and Katz, and that it's also become less important over time. And so this paper responds to that and says, you know, in a sense, that migration that we cared about at the beginning has not declined. The elasticity of local population growth to local employment growth has been steady over 5 decades. So how do they get there? This is their key analysis, and I want to kind of spend a little bit of time on the pictures behind this bottom line results that they are sharing with us. So like Brian mentioned, this is proceeding in a couple of stages, and I won't spend too much time on it because we saw it nicely in that discussion. The laser doesn't work, so I will just gesture. You see the jobs response in that first panel to a local labor market demand shock. This is in the end what the picture looks like. You see the second stage, which is the population response. So employment response, population response, and then the ratio, the change in population to a change in local employment. And it's really this right-hand side panel that delivers that kind of big takeaway result, which is that when you look at the change in population over the change in employment locally in response to a shock that happened 5 years ago in the US over these decades at the state level, a lot of caveats there, you're getting this fairly robust number of about 0.5 in this particular empirical setting, and more commonly across the range of measures they're using of about 2/3. So you can't reject that this has been stable over time. And the authors really pose this question: has migration become less responsive over time? Viewed from the perspective of history, they say, no, little evidence that this is the case. So can we run with this conclusion? And I should say that I think, personally, I would like to be able to run with this conclusion. This feels like a step forward. It feels like a new piece of information. It's been hard to get those. And I would like to lean into this and say that I know this with confidence. I think there's maybe a little more work to do and thinking to do to persuade me of that. But I think that the authors have a lot of good suggestions on the road to that, and I'll provide a few more at the end of this. So what are my reasons for caution here? I think, first of all, just looking at the pictures, frequent large standard errors. So more than 1/3 of the time, we can't reject that this is 0. And again, this is one setting in the paper, but I think they pull it out because it's likely one of the stronger ones. So I have to kind of ask, I can't reject that it's 0.5, but am I going to lean into this as being constant over 4.5, or rather kind of 5.5 decades? I'm not sure I'm going to lean into it on the basis of that alone. I also want to highlight that the true data frequency on some of these elements is not actually annual, and I think we'd like to get a little bit closer to that. When I think about these population changes being interpolated in order to get the intercensal years, I didn't go into the details of how that might matter, but it makes me concerned that some of the population change in the intercensal years, we don't actually know when it's happening, and it gets smoothed out over that period. How is that working overall in the setting that you have econometrically? I would need to dive into that. But it made me just think what I have here is kind of 5 data points on population, and then I'm smoothing them out. And so am I going to lean into this as a constant kind of relationship? Finally, there are a lot of data seams in this. Again, heroic work to bring all these data together. But then when we want this bottom line one number takeaway across all these time periods, I really want to be confident that the seams are working well and are handled well. And so here's just 2 examples of those, but they exist in many of the series that they're dealing with. So there are some additional puzzles. Brian mentioned the puzzle of the different levels of aggregation. I think that's a plausible way to think about it. There could be others, but you all identify it as something that I think nags at you. And I think when we are asking to take home with us kind of a unified theory of a single number over 5 decades, we want these loose ends buttoned up a little bit more. And so I think trying to understand that surprise that at smaller geographies where you might think that people are more responsive, they actually look a little bit less responsive. We'd like to understand that. And for myself, you described correctly that younger people look more responsive than older people, but I was quite surprised to see that per these estimates, people in the 60 to 64-year-old age group are just as responsive as people in the 30 to 34-year-old age group. And I can't reject that they're as responsive as people who are 25 to 29. And that was striking to me because when you look at migration as an outcome versus population change, migration just flattens out at age 35. I mean, it does still happen, but until people retire, they functionally move very, very little. So I was just really struck that it's just so flat for folks who are in those older age groups. So my 2 suggestions to add on to Brian's, and then just a return to some of the bigger questions that this prompted for me. I think it's possible probably to identify the very best data quality scenario that you have and lead with that. And I made some suggestions here, and I'm happy to talk about those offline, and kind of really try to find the gold standard within the volume of data that you have and lean into that. And I also think, to me, it'd be really interesting to consider an alternative reading of the main figure in the paper, which is that instead of stability, there's actually areas of stronger and weaker adjustment, and that, to me at least, there's a strong cyclical component in this. Not perfectly cyclical, but it makes me wonder whether something is kind of happening at a kind of fluctuation level as opposed to something that's truly constant over time. And that is something that I think these authors are well positioned to tackle as a serious alternative. So finally, this paper raised two questions for me that I at least will be thinking about for a while, and I'll put it in others' brains to perhaps think about as well. Certainly not something I expect the authors to deal with in the paper. So the first is, in the first set of panels I put up here, I was struck by the strong response and the increasing response and the variation in it in the employment response to shocks. That was not, I mess around with these all the time, as Brian does, and maybe Brian had noticed it, and I had not noticed that pattern in the data, and I think that is intriguing. Why is the employment response to shocks now twice as high on average as it was at the beginning of the period? And why is there so much variation in it? That seems like a kind of worthwhile set of questions, and it's this fluctuation, perhaps a bigger part of the story, going to that cyclical approach that I mentioned. And then finally, I think if I accept the paper's central claim, which I do want to do, which is that there is a kind of consistent response over time, people are still responding to local fluctuations in labor demand, then what are the implications of this? So migration has declined over a period of 3 decades or more and then stabilized recently. And we are getting pretty consistent numbers across the IRS, which you showed, and the ACS, which is in red over here, and the same pattern in the CPS. So this is a robust fact, and the stabilization is pretty robust. So we've now undergone this transition to a lower level of migration. What's the welfare impact of this? Hard to say, because we don't really know why it happened. But I think this paper offers a little bit of a clue to start pointing us in a direction. I'm going to try to build up to this food for thought and see if folks follow me. So the paper suggests that population continues to respond to local demand. There's a context in the literature for the take-home fact in the paper. Overall, migration is pro-cyclical. So when times are good, people tend to make these longer distance moves on kind of a kind of gross sense. We also know that this kind of overall labor market decline in fluidity is connected to the labor market rather. So the fact that we're now seeing lower levels of migration, and we see this somewhat counter-cyclical responsiveness to labor demand shocks, to me this suggests that in the end, people are moving in response to shocks more as a percent of all movers, and they're doing it more in constrained times. And so possibly there's a substantial normal good component to migration that is occurring less often than it did, say, 4 or 5 decades ago. Maybe there's been a demand shift, maybe there's been a price increase in this type of reallocation, but that's not a perspective that I've heard economists bring to migration. And I think it could be, certainly is something that your paper has caused me to think more about, and I hope we return to it to understand it better. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. We have some names up already. I'm going to start with Catherine Abraham.
Thank you, Jen. This was really a terrific paper. I enjoyed reading it a lot, and I appreciated the discussions as well. I wanted to make 2 brief comments. One concern sort of picks up on a point that Brian made, which is related to the use of different levels of aggregation and geography in the analysis. And I guess to me, going down all the way to the county level just doesn't make sense. If you think about counties situated within commuting zones, it's the commuting zone that's really the relevant labor market. So I wouldn't necessarily expect there to be a close association between shocks at the county level and what happens to population at the county level. If I live in Montgomery County and there's a shock there, but I can work in Prince George's County, then I'll be fine. I won't need to move. I guess the other comment I wanted to make relates to what you conclude about this from a policy perspective. And Chris didn't talk about this in his presentation, but in the paper, there's a suggestion that if people can relocate freely, then you don't need to worry about place-based policies to try to affect employment in particular geographies. And I guess I think that's a little bit too simple. I wouldn't draw that conclusion, people in an area care not just about whether they have a job, but what kind of job they have. So that's just, I guess, I would urge you in future work to think not just about employment, but what's happening to hours, what's happening to wages. I think in these areas, some people move and some people don't, and we care a lot about the people who are left behind.
John Halterwanger.
Great. Really interesting paper discussion. I'll say briefly, I'll try to be brief, think about where this paper fits into the broader evidence on declining dynamism. So Steve Davis and I, in our 2014 paper on labor market fluidity, talked about a variety of patterns, including some of the patterns in terms of declining migration. I mean, what do we see in the data? We see on a lot of different dimensions. We see job reallocation rates declining secularly over time. We see worker reallocation rates declining. We saw that in that paper, we especially emphasized that worker reallocation rates fell especially for young, less educated workers. Now, we're also very sympathetic with the remark that Abby made, which is, well, is this good or bad? And the answer is, depending upon what you're looking at, both. There's evidence on sort of both sides. So we know, for example, that one of the sources of declining dynamism is the restructuring in the retail trade sector, and that movement towards large national chains. They are much more stable businesses than the old mom and pop businesses, and that's it turns out that's associated with lots of productivity gains. We also, however, find evidence that the evidence that Stephen and I talked about is the adverse impact of labor market fluidity on especially young, less educated workers in terms of being able to move up the job ladder. That's a bad thing. In other work I've done, we find evidence that there's declining responsiveness to idiosyncratic productivity shocks, and that's a drag on productivity. So this kind of builds on where Catherine, I think, was pushing, which is it's great for us to try to figure out what the mechanisms are and the role of geography. I should note, by the way, one thing as well before getting to this point. Again, one thing Steve and I pointed out is, in terms of all these declines in worker and job reallocation, it's pervasive within geographic areas. So that was actually one of the things. This is not just about, although I'm very interested in, of course, the role of migration. So I think we need to start asking the kind of question Catherine was asking, which is, what's the impact on wages? What's the impact on productivity? I mean, is it the case that this migration, to the extent it's going on or not going on, where does it fit into? Is it productivity enhancing? Does it allow people to move up the ladder, or not? And I think we've got to start connecting it to those kind of outcomes in order to be able to understand the implications of all this.
Steve Davis, and then Stan Boyger.
Thanks. So one of the results in the paper is confirming something that we could have guessed anyway, is that beyond age 35, people are much less likely to move in response to local labor demand shocks. So that sounds right to me. But we also know that over the sample period covered by the study, there are pretty significant movements in the age distribution of the working age population. So I want to know how you square the result that the overall population level elasticity is constant over time with the cross-sectional variation in the responsiveness and the coupled with the changes in the working age distribution over time. So that's kind of just a question related to that, and also relates to some of Abby's comments. You know, there's a fair bit of the standard errors around these gamma responsiveness elasticities are pretty big, so maybe you can't reject the constancy assumption, but maybe you also can't reject a version that takes the age distribution result, the cross-age elasticity differences seriously. That would generate a benchmark time variation in the population level elasticities, and so I wonder whether does that one look like it tracks the data better than the constant one? And also picking up on something else Abby said, a little less obvious how to operationalize it. But you know, my strong prior, I think it's just basic economic reasoning, would suggest that the elasticity is not constant with respect to the size of the required amount of mobility that you need, that some people in any given local area are very close to indifferent between moving and not moving. And when you have a very large local demand shock, you bite more deeply into the inframarginal people. So that suggests in periods or in local areas when there's really need for a lot of outmigration or spatial reallocation of people, that the response elasticity gets smaller. And that could be connected to cyclical variation that Abby sort of saw in the pictures, given that cyclical macro shocks often tend to have very uneven effects across regions. That would suggest yet a different benchmark, one where there is a cyclical variation to this gamma elasticity response, and does that fit the data better than the constant elasticity case?
Stan and then Anil Kashyap.
Abby came close to making this point on her final slide, but I think one thing that surprised me in this paper is that there's not much focus on the cost of housing, which of course is a major component of the cost of moving to a different place. The paper uses shocks to housing prices only as a shock to net worth of people who are then supposed to move, but it doesn't really look on the flip side, which is where are you going to move to, what do houses cost there. There is a bit of a literature on that. There's a Ganang and Showick paper that I think is probably the best known one in that literature, and it may be something worth exploring, especially in the context of this counter-cyclical propensity to move, because presumably if you need a down payment or something like that, that's harder to finance after you've been hit by a negative shock. And so I think that would be an interesting element to look at, perhaps.
Anil, then Jonathan.
Thanks. That was a very nice paper. This went by pretty quickly on the slides, but it looked to me like you said at one point, Chris, that rural areas and lower income people are more stuck, if you were. So I wondered about two things. First of all, is the China shock that special, or is it the fact that it was concentrated in certain places with a certain bundle of people in particular jobs? So that would be nice to know. It'd also be nice to know, just if you had to figure out what's the worst possible shock case, what would it look like? Where would it land? I guess it would probably be lower income rural areas. And I don't know if there's other, skill bias, technical change, or things like that that would load in those areas. But I think exploring that direction would be interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a great paper. The authors are talking about this decline in migration, interstate migration since 1980. I mean, it's really a 75-year decline. And anybody who's been struck by, the census interstate migration trends, it's been pretty profound, and you're sure that there's something there. But you can spend years working with that data and just get an economics letters paper and hair loss. Sorry. When I think about the literature, though, you can dive into that data from the supply side, and most of the explanations we work with on that migration data is essentially like, is it demographics? And to be honest, that's a lot less of it than you think, because people tend to move when they retire. But that also leads to the fact that many of what we're talking about are essentially labor supply decisions, right? You would think of as labor, whether it's marriage, children, retirement, where you go to college. I mean, that drives a lot of the migration over the life cycle. And that is actually, as we all know, is really difficult to separately identify empirically. I mean, in any field in economics, separately identifying supply and demand is difficult. But one of the things you've done here with the use of the IRS data, you're not the first to do that, but you actually, it looks to me like you've done a really good job of separately identifying supply and demand. And I wonder if part of what you've really discovered in this paper as a contribution relative to the reduced dynamism literature is maybe you just have made an incremental additional contribution in separately identifying labor supply from labor demand.
Right. David Romer.
Quick question and then a suggestion. So the quick question is, you didn't talk about the dynamics of unemployment. It looks like for almost all your shocks, unemployment jumps immediately and then never changes. I'm just wondering, my question is, what are your thoughts about that? Comment, I encourage you to lean more heavily into one of Brian's comments. Brian said, here's your specification, let me relate it to other specifications. I think you should start with a model of the outcome variable like population, which you presumably would specify in levels. It can be painfully simple, like, it depends on the response to past shocks and trends and other stuff. And then use that to derive your specification. And you're going to get some things that aren't immediately obvious. The poster child for this is the Orchard, Ramey, Whelan paper, which one of the things that paper does is they look at the Parker, Soulelis, Johnson, McClelland, who wrote down a specification for the change in consumption. And they say, suppose you start with the level of consumption, and you immediately discover there's an obvious emitted variable bias problem, and it changes the results a lot. Your shocks are presumably serial correlated. I think you're going to get something interesting out of that, and it's not going to be, it's the obvious Jordan local projections regression. So I think that would have a big payoff.
Tristan Reed.
I was surprised by the result that there was more mobility to shocks in response to shocks in urban areas relative to rural ones, in light of the literature, the hypothesis, let's say, that it's actually inelastic housing supply that makes it hard for people to move. So I was wondering if you could estimate the coefficient, say for like the last 20 years in each state separately, and show if, is New York a place that just doesn't receive population, but maybe Texas is. Thanks.
Joe, and then Jonathan.
Thank you. So I was intrigued, I think, and it also came up in the discussion about the variation over time in the results. And I would just suggest that before we go to like very fancy explanations, that we like knock out at least one like simple, boring reason, which is that if you have your right-hand side variables that have sometimes vary a lot and sometimes vary a little, if you just happen to pick out a period where the variation is small and then you sprinkle a little measurement error on top of it, you're going to get, well, in a context of multi-regression, it's hard to think about, but in a simple regressions, you're going to get biases towards zero. So I would just think about like, well, is it just that these periods in the early 70s and I think it was like around 2000 where the results were low, were just periods where the variation was small. And the reason why you might think that might be possible in this context is a lot of your shifters are somewhat national, which then suggests that there would be time series variation in that.
Great. So I have two more questions and then back to the authors, so you can prepare. Jonathan and then Tara.
Chris, great presentation. I wondered if we have a decline in migration, but not a change in the elasticity. Could it be that firms are changing over time where they're becoming less geographically sensitive to their labor demand?
And Tara?
Great, and I'll be quick. I just wanted to plus one on one of Abby's comments, and Steve also picked up on this a little bit. I think it's really important to investigate whether we really should be concluding that this is constant, or if there's actually this time variation, particularly if it's cyclical, particularly if it's related to the business cycle. That seems a really important piece, that if we're going to be citing this paper for years and years, we don't want to take that wrong conclusion and propagate it.
Okay. Chris, Linda, Andrea, Christian?
Who wants to go? Who took the best? That's Christian. You want to take a stab? No. I don't know what for you.
So thanks for this. There's so many comments here, I don't even know where to begin.
Well, begin by thanking Abby.
Yes, thank you very much.
Those are great comments. Fun to think about. We've already been corresponding a little bit, but it's improved the paper a lot. So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
That's a previous dean, by the way.
Good play. Yeah, good play. Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, as I said, I don't really know where to begin. Abby made the point about the intercensal variation in the data. This is crucial. I have a feeling that many people in this audience are already aware of how the data is strung together, but for those of you who don't, the data is kind of a hybrid mix of census year data, just once every 10 years, coupled with actually very good year-by-year data from the IRS, which tracks changes in tax addresses. So that's essentially how the census fills in the blanks between every census decade.
Plus
Abby,
other survey evidence.
plus other survey, yeah, it's not just that, but that's the main additional ingredient that's used there. She's absolutely right to draw your attention to this intercensal variation. It is different data, absolutely true. That said, it is actually, when it comes to filling in the blanks, it's pretty good additional information that they are bringing to the table. They get pretty good additional information there. A couple of comments touched on the how the decline in gross migration, which is very easy to see, how this fits together with some of the other estimates. And I'll just mention that obviously these have to fit together. Somehow the data all live in the same universe. One of the key features of the data that we're using is that it's particularly easy to see with the Bartik instrument itself, with the industry Bartik instrument, is that the cross-sectional variation of the Bartik shocks themselves has been dropping over time. So the response to any given industry shock, that seems to be strong. And actually, as Abby pointed out, it's actually been growing over time, the responsiveness to the Bartik shocks. But the incidence of the shocks themselves has been dropping. And that is certainly one of the components as to why you can have these two results living together simultaneously. The point about the welfare consequences of migration, I completely agree with. I certainly do not want to give anybody the impression that, oh, since people can move, therefore we don't need to worry about the China shock. That is not the point of our paper. The point of our paper is just to point out that people are moving. The fact that you're living in an area that is now suffering an extreme economic hardship, the fact that you can move someplace else is, okay, you're better off having that option than not having that option, but it certainly doesn't mean that everything is right with the world. So I think the points about the welfare implications of this stuff are very well taken, and you're preaching to the choir. We totally agree with you. What else? Do you want to jump in?
Well, I just wanted to. I think the comments about whether gamma is constant and understanding why and how to interpret that's where all the work should be in thinking about what it means. And I agree that it could have a cyclical component. I don't know. I guess when my prior and one motivation for me anyway, I shouldn't speak for all my co-authors for writing this paper, was I had seen so many. I don't know if you've been following the trade geography literature where we're studying commuting zones and then nobody moves, they trade, but nobody moves between commuting zones. And so many papers where the starting assumption is that capital moves but labor doesn't. And so my motivation for just getting involved in this whole project was kind of the really? And then it was, well, people used to move, but they don't move now, or at least they don't move as much as they used to. So that's kind of, I don't know whether gamma is constant, but it didn't look to us like it was dramatically falling. So that was, I think, where we were comfortable landing. Now, interpreting what that means and to say, well, does that really mean we don't need place-based policies? No, I think that is going too far. But at least I was starting away from the end of being encouraged that we saw some labor mobility still. And I'll let my co-authors want to add something.
I guess maybe Chris didn't have time to go through a couple of results, which might also be relevant to some of the questions and the comments. And one of them is also relevant for the implications, policy implications, and has to do with decomposing the net migration response into in-migration and out-migration. And one thing we find is that the in-migration channel tends to be the most important one, as opposed to the out-migration channel, which, among other things, could suggest that workers might be more prone to moving to areas, or to deciding to move and then choose to move to an area that has positive shocks, but might remain stuck in areas that are hit by negative shocks. And so that, of course, has important welfare implications when you think about the importance of migration. And another result that we had has to do with cross-state versus within-state migration, and that also ties in to some extent to the disaggregation level puzzles and counties versus commuting zones and states. So unconditionally, most migration is within state migration. About 55–56% of migration is due to migration between counties from the same state. But then if you condition on labor demand shocks, that falls down to a quarter. And so that suggests that most migration in response to these labor shocks is actually across states. And so this, going back to the puzzle about lower responsiveness at the county level, for example, than we find at the state level, might make sense because a lot of migration that occurs within state at the county level might be due not to labor market conditions, but due to other things. And so I guess we're sympathetic to the point that we need to think more about exactly what is behind this puzzle, but to some extent it's also consistent with different reasons behind migration at the county level. And again, this also ties in with the importance of in-migration versus out-migration. So people might choose to move first, and then conditional on making that choice, they might look all over the country for possibilities to move, and so at that point, cross-state migration might be more prevalent.
Maybe two more quick comments. So one comment was about these large standard errors that we sometimes have, like for the rolling windows, and that's always a bit tricky. Like we have rolling windows of like 10 years, or like we could make them 20 years, then that makes our standard errors a little bit smaller. And the issue is also like, especially if like we're looking at the ratio, if the beta of employment, that estimate becomes relatively close to zero, then it kind of like blows up the standard errors. So we can see like basically every time the beta goes down to zero, we get relatively large standard errors for the ratio. And then there was also this comment about the composition effect, right? Like we see that the responsiveness is different for different age groups. And so we looked a little bit at the data where we did an exercise where we basically just kept these coefficients the same, and then look at the demographic change over time, whether it's all just about this composition effect that like people are becoming older. And so quantitatively that didn't really make a big difference. Like the differences are just not so big, and the demographic change is not so huge that could explain any trend in these migration elasticities in the aggregate.
So thanks to the authors and to Abby and Brian. We'll take our break and come back at 3:50 if we can, so 10 minutes before the hour. Thank you.
All that we've done, right, which is everything we look at is rising dispersion here yet.
You couldn't get here till tomorrow.
I
That
know.
was like the whole thing. Why?
Yeah, but then at one point,
Hey, if everybody could take their seats. We have an extremely important use of the extra 10 minutes that was carved into the program by our efficient speakers. Today we're pausing in our program to honor two giants in our field upon their retirement, in particular for their formative and extraordinary contributions to BPEA, Bob Hall and Bob Gordon.
Let me say a few words about Bob Hall's contributions to BPEA, which are simply incredible. I mean, when I saw the list that Hao-En had assembled for us, I was completely floored. So Bob Hall has written 20 papers for BPEA. Oh. He wrote a paper in the first issue, and he proceeded to write 11 papers in the first 11 years of the journal. But then, perhaps equally incredible is that he served as a discussant 44 times at BPEA, which is pretty much once a year for almost the entire history of the journal. Now, many of Bob's BPEA papers are incredibly influential, and in the interest of time, I'm only going to talk about two of the papers. So the first one is Bob's 1986 BPEA paper titled Market Structure and Macroeconomic Fluctuations. In this paper, Bob introduces a method for estimating markups. So the basic idea of this method is that for flexible inputs, the wedge between the output elasticity of the input and its revenue share is a measure of the markup. So even today, 40 years later, this is basically the starting point of almost every paper that estimates markups. So there are huge literatures about countercyclical markups, about rising markups of the last 15 years. They all basically start from Bob's insight in this paper. And recently, actually, the labor economists have been getting into this game because now there are estimates of markdowns of wages, and they're also using Bob's basic insight from this paper, so a very influential paper. The second paper I want to highlight is Bob's 2009 BPEA paper, By How Much Does GDP Rise If the Government Buys More Output? I recall studying this paper very carefully when I was a very young economist, and this was during the depths of the Great Recession. And it's hard for us today to remember that at that time, fiscal stimulus had been so out of fashion for so long that all young economists, and pretty much everybody, had forgotten how fiscal stimulus worked. Everybody had these foggy ideas about how fiscal stimulus worked. There were very prominent people saying very things they don't want to remember about this. And it was, Bob's paper provided a lot of clarity at that time. And, fiscal stimulus was on the policy agenda, and we really needed wise men like Bob to educate the profession about how fiscal stimulus actually works. So the paper was extremely influential at the time and still is. So Bob, on behalf of everyone at BPEA, I want to say thank you for your incredible contributions to the journal. And we have a plaque that we've created that is a token of our appreciation for your contributions. Thank you. I think you're muted, actually.
Can't hear you.
Can we unmute him? Bob, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, so this is, I'm doing this from home, of course. And exactly the key moment where I'm supposed to be drowned out by the phone and glove guys. I think I should just mute and consider a certain number of things said. I only have 3 sentences. Anyone mute?
You're not on mute.
So, okay, well, all right. So anyway, so I was one of the dozen or so founding members of the young part of the panel that constituted Brookings panel on economic activity. And that's lasted, and that structure created, and Bob Gordon's going to talk a lot more about this, throughout, it's 55 years. We're now 55 years later. It was started in 1970. This experience has been of great importance in my professional life. I didn't know those numbers, but I'm impressed by them. But anyway, I'm enormously grateful to the editors and staff of the whole apparatus of the Brookings panel I'm very grateful for the contribution that it's been made to my career. Thank you very much.
All right, so Bob Gordon, who's with us here today, also published 20 papers in BPEA, as well as 25 discussions. His first BPEA paper was the lead article in the first issue, presented at the first BPEA meeting in April 1970, not quite, almost 55 years ago. So I asked Bob for his favorite papers to talk about, and we couldn't choose among his children. So I'm going to give a selection and an overview. So when Bob started out, he was best known, of course, for empirical studies of U.S. inflation. But he first published 2 theoretical papers in BPEA, one on the welfare cost of higher unemployment, merged Oken gaps with Harburger triangles to show that the cost of recession is not only the lost income of the unemployed, but also a decline in productivity, hours per employee, labor force participation, and consumer surplus. In 1975, he provided a model of policy responses to supply shocks. This is all sounding very familiar, highlighting the unfavorable trade-offs and the dangers of wage indexation. Bob reminds me that BPEA's short publication lag allowed it and Bob's work to often be the first to provide empirical explanations of the economy's rapid evolution through the Vietnam inflation, Nixon's wage and price controls, and the food and oil shocks of the 1970s. Bob's work evolved over time. He incorporated Friedman's natural rate hypothesis, which he initially resisted. And in the early 1980s, he was among the first to use the then new VAR technology and showed that the US shift to flexible exchange rates substantially reduced the sacrifice ratio, well below the pessimistic consensus of that time. More recently, and those who interact with Bob in his current work, we know what a leader he is in the productivity literature, and showing in a BPEA paper how productivity growth was out of step with the business cycle. His most recent 2 BPEA papers were on rising income inequality, where he argued for different explanations at the bottom, focused on the minimum wage and unionization, versus at the top, driven by superstars, CEOs, and stocks. In 2022, I was discussing a paper on the pandemic productivity boom at Jackson Hole. And while I was reading the paper I was supposed to discuss, I found that Bob had written the same paper concurrently. And so I had the pleasure of discussing both of them. Fortunately, rare among economists, they agreed. And hence, they moved the priors to a more positive view of the early 2020s. So we'd like to give Bob a chance to give a few remarks about his long history and perspective on BPEA. Bob Gordon.
Well, it's awesome to be here with Bob Hall here at the end because we started out together at the beginning. A little more than 60 years ago, we arrived in the fall of 1964 as brand new econ graduate students at MIT. And Bob Hall was clearly the smartest of the group. That was clear from the beginning. For instance, I walked back with him quite frequently from lunch, and one day I asked him, well, what's going to be the topic of your PhD thesis? As if that's a logical question to ask a first-year graduate student. And he said right away, well, I'm going to redo Keynes correctly. And he was 3 years younger, partly because I had gone off to Oxford between college and graduate school, and he occasionally didn't let me forget it. I would be walking down from lunch and regale him with some story about an achievement in high school, and he would turn and look at me and say, well, I was doing the same thing in junior high school. Now back to BPEA. To understand the concept of the original Okun and Perry structure, remember that in the late 1960s, the predominant form of macro research, empirical research, was the large-scale econometric models like the Brookings model and the MPS model. So Art Okun and George Perry assembled a group of young economists who were to become experts on a sector of the economy, like the big models had sectors, and they would write an expert paper every couple of years for Brookings, and in between they would do a small sector report. So at the first meeting, there were 14 names of panel members, and in the first issue, there were 3 of these serious papers and 6 sector reports, and just as now, the papers had 2 discussants, the sector reports back then did not have discussants. Now, in addition to the 14 panel members, there were 14 senior advisors, 3 of whom were named Greenspan, Solo, and Samuelson. And they were expected to rotate as formal discussants and also to provide insights in the general discussion. So as you look back on that, one of the things that's so amazing is how brief everything was. Look how thin this volume is. And my first paper there was discussed by Bob Solo and George Perry. And the total length of both of their discussions taken together was 3 pages. Have you ever heard of such a thing? And the entire issue was 160 pages. Now, I asked one of the nice staff members what was the average length of the BPEA volumes of the last 3 volumes. 465 pages. So as time went on, this rather confining format of the same people doing the same topics was broadened out into the BPEA that we know more or less the same for the last 40 years. And a very good indication of the impact of BPEA is citations. About 5 years ago, somebody did a count of the citations of all the BPEA papers as of 2020. And it turned out that 28 papers had received more than 1,000 citations at that time. But if you look at the time structure, none of them were from the 70s, 5 from the 80s, 15, more than half, were from the 1990s. That was the golden age under the regime still of George Perry, then with Bill Brainerd. And there were 6 more in the 2000s and 2 more in the 2010s. Probably they were just too young to have fully gotten their lifetime of citations. So if you'll allow me, I will quote to show you the continuity between today's BPEA trying to bring economic knowledge to a broader audience than just professional economists. Let me just quote to you 2 sentences from the original introduction in here. In all the papers and reports, the results and conclusions are set out in a form that is intelligible to the informed and interested non-specialist while being useful to the macroeconomic expert. In all the papers, the incisive and informed analysis will be combined with timeliness, relevance to current issues, and lucidity of presentation. That's the continuity. Thank you. Delighted to be here.
And for Bob Gordon, we also have a plaque that summarizes in a very tiny way his many contributions to BPEA. And it's great to have both of you here. Maury is going to take us forward into the future, but while Maury does that, let's have a last round of applause for Bob and Bob.
That's pretty cool.
There you go.
Oh, good. Let's not do that yet. That was a great tribute. I can't help but remember that Bob Hall taught me my first econometrics class. I did not do well. and I first met Bob Gordon when he used to go around to major departments to sort of triage new students coming on the job market for Northwestern. And I had one of those interviews with him then, and then visited Northwestern. So when I got to do my first BPEA in 1985, I was gratified, but also terrified that I would be in a room presenting to the two Bobs and other people of that stature. So it's great to hear these tributes. It's also great to talk about the U.S. trade deficit, because in those days, you will remember, Bob, this was a staple of Brookings' papers. And the reason is basically that around the time that Brookings started, the U.S. trade deficit went from surplus to deficit. It has more or less remained there and trended down. Exactly 20 years ago at the spring 2005 meeting, the entire conference, save one paper, was devoted to the current account deficit. And you can see why, looking at this bulge that occurred in the 2000s. Ken and I had a paper in that volume, and Ben Bernanke was a discussant, and he mentioned his Global Savings Glut paper, which I will mention again, which had just come out, but very few people at the conference had heard of. Now with the advent of the new administration, actually the advent of the first Trump administration, trade deficits are back on the policy radar. And a lot is happening with the goal of both reducing the trade deficit and restoring manufacturing to past glory. And the critics basically charge that trade deficits are intrinsically harmful because the U.S. is squandering its wealth. It's borrowing from foreigners in order to consume. And also trade deficits have led to a hollowing out of manufacturing employment, which you can see in the right-hand side graph. In fact, the policies that we're seeing, and we will see a lot more on Liberation Day on Tuesday, stem from claims that the U.S. has been a victim of globalization and a victim of trade, and that essentially trade deficits are imposed by our foreign trading partners, and we need to take back control of that process. This is a theme that has been pushed by people like Robert Lighthizer, who points to trade liberalization, but also the critics of trade and globalization and the purveyors of victimization narratives also draw on some very reputable research. Ben Bernanke's Sandridge lecture in 2005 on the global saving glut claimed that, quote, the principal causes of the U.S. current account deficit come from outside the country's borders. Mike Dooley and Peter Garber, in that volume of Brookings in 2005, have a similar statement. And more recently, Matthew Klein and Michael Pettis have pushed this idea very influentially in their writings. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this slide because time is short, but I probably don't have to tell anyone in this room that what you think about the causes of trade deficits informs the appropriate policy response, both in terms of what would be effective and in terms of what would increase welfare. Trade deficits can play roles that are useful, consumption smoothing, financing investment on less expensive terms than would be the case if the economy couldn't borrow abroad. But they can also reflect distortions in the economy, distortions that can lead to financial crises. Identifying the causes of trade deficits, as in almost any macro problem, is really, really hard because global savings and investment curves shift, and there are massive identification problems in that. What I do in this paper is focus on three victimization myths about the causes of the U.S. trade deficit. And these are myths that are important because they inform the policies that we're seeing being implemented today. One is that U.S. deficits are due to trade policies, U.S. trade policy, which has left the U.S. vulnerable to foreign forces, and those of countries like China, which promote overcapacity and basically dump goods, manufactured goods, in advanced country markets, particularly in the U.S. And the first paper today was very much related to the origin of these complaints. A second myth is that the dollar's reserve currency role requires it to run current account deficits. Right? If the rest of the world wants dollars, then they're going to sell in current account deficits. Those will not necessarily be improved by broad-based tariffs. Sorry, what am I hearing?
Never mind. Continue.
Continue? Okay. Thanks for shutting that off, whoever.
Sorry, it's me.
Okay. Secondly, the U.S. reserve currency role can possibly play a role in reducing U.S. exports and increasing imports, but it's probably a relatively small one. It doesn't mandate U.S. deficits necessarily, and the U.S. supply of dollar reserves to the world does not depend on the U.S. having current account deficits. Finally, both the external supply of funds to the U.S. And the U.S. demand for those funds matter. It's not all being shoved into the U.S. by foreign surplus countries, and different factors dominate at different times. Global portfolio preferences also matter. If the whole world wants safe assets, that's going to probably disproportionately affect the U.S. Again, that's an effect that U.S. may be doing a good job of dissipating with current policies. Let's first look at trade policy shocks and the circumstantial evidence on those. This chart shows some, not absolutely all, but most of the major trade liberalization initiatives in the post-war period, starting with the Geneva round of the GATT. And what you can see is around the 70s, around the time when Brookings gets going, a gap opens up between nominal imports and nominal exports, the trade deficit. It grows a lot in the Reagan era. It fluctuates, but it stays very, very large. And so this is kind of the prima facie case that trade liberalization has led to the U.S. trade deficit. Now, again, I don't have to say to anyone in this room that these charts do not prove causality in any way, but to some they might appear persuasive. So let's look a little more deeply at two episodes. One is NAFTA. One is the granting of permanent normal trade relations to China in 2002, though probably the effect starts somewhat earlier when this is approved by Congress. And what this chart shows is the bilateral deficits with Mexico, Canada, and China as compared with the sum of all U.S. bilateral deficits. So this is not the U.S. aggregate bilateral deficit, it's just the sum of deficits. And I think it's hard to look at these data and make the case that this is all about trade liberalization with China or any one country. There's clearly a big macro effect here, which I will discuss later on, specifically talking about the era of the 2000s when that Brookings panel occurred 2 decades ago. Now, obviously, China is a big deal, but China is far, far, far from everything. One event at the time that I think is more akin to a genuine macro shock is China's entry into the WTO, which is more or less coincident with PNTR. What did that do? Well, as a result of this, China gained most favored nation treatment from a range of countries. This increased the demand for its exports, which many of them competed against U.S. exports. This was a negative demand shock for U.S. exports. Oh, 5 minutes, okay. And you can kind of see the effects here. What about the Triffin problem? This is what Steve Moran, in a recent paper that's gotten a lot of pickup in the press on reshaping the global monetary and trade system, focuses on as what he sees as the essential problem of the U.S., and that is that the U.S. must supply the world with international reserves. He claims this requires it to run a trade deficit. Since the world is growing and has a growing demand for reserves, the U.S. will have to run growing trade deficits, and none of this is sustainable. It brings us to an eventual collapse. Conceptual problem, many international reserves are not actually claims on the U.S. They're dollar claims on non-U.S. entities. Conceptual problem two, foreign countries can trade assets for dollar reserves, not just goods. Historical problem, this is really not what worried Triffin. That was much more related to the gold standard that was incorporated into the Bretton Woods arrangement. And an empirical problem is that the global demand for dollar reserves has actually fallen as a share of global GDP quite dramatically. The left-hand panel shows gross U.S. financial outflows and inflows. These tend to be much bigger than the net current account balance. In other words, there are lots of demands for U.S. assets, U.S. demands for foreign assets. There's a lot of asset trade. The right-hand side shows a couple of different measures, 3 different measures of international dollar reserve holdings. And you can see that somewhat remarkably, these just flatten out after around 210 in nominal terms. So they're falling sharply in real terms. In other words, the global demand for reserves, something that grew quickly in the 2000s, is not really a phenomenon that continues. I will skip these caveats and go on to the last topic, since time is limited, which is the sort of global saving glut story. Now, the standard sort of model of international capital market equilibrium comes from Lloyd Metzler. Ken and I talked about in our textbook that basically if you think of 2 countries with investment and saving curves that depend in ways you would expect on the real rate of interest, this picture is what equilibrium looks like. The country where the autarky rate of interest would be high if it couldn't trade has a deficit. The other country has a surplus. And if any of these four curves shift, that's going to affect the global pattern of current account balances. The saving glut story is basically that foreign saving, the SF curve, shifted to the right. That forced the U.S. Deficit to go up. Now, I've only got a couple of minutes to revisit the 2000s, so I'm not going to revisit it in any detail, but it's clearly a very consequential decade. It's the decade of the China shock. It's the decade leading up to the global financial crisis. It's the decade of the sharpest fall in manufacturing employment. And it's a decade that has massive political implications domestically and globally today. But the saving glut story still persists. Here's a statement that I will not read that Gordon Hansen wrote in the recent issue of Foreign Affairs. He's actually criticizing and reviewing Bob Lighthizer 2023 book, but he basically says, look, there was an Asian crisis, there were capital inflows into the US, the dollar appreciated, the dollar we had a big deficit as a result. It's not about trade policy. Now, if you look at the pattern of global current accounts, there are problems with analyzing this decade because there's a huge missing current account surplus in the data. But it's hard to make the case that it's all Asia in the period of certainly the early to middle 2000s. China becomes more important later on, as do oil exporters. Another issue is the behavior of real interest rates. They do fall very sharply in the early 2000s as we have a dot-com crash and the Fed eases, but they're pretty much stable. These are 10-year TIPS yields and rise somewhat over the course of this decade of the 2000s. And the sort of smoking gun here is that the US dollar, far from appreciating, as in Gordon Hansen's account, slid dramatically from 2002 until the financial crisis. The slightly more complex story I would tell links the events of this period in a more nuanced way. I would argue that from 1998 to 2002, data are more consistent with the Bernanke narrative. After that, they're more consistent with a narrative in which financial innovations in the US lead to extensive foreign borrowing. This borrowing helps depreciate the dollar, and basically capital is being pulled in rather than being pushed in by foreign saving. And this is consistent with a story that Ken and I told in a paper we wrote shortly after the crisis. There may be some role of the WTO's admission of China in depreciating the dollar in this period, but in data that I have in the paper and that I don't show here, US exports actually rose pretty strongly after 2002. So let me conclude. I'm a little bit over time, and I apologize. We're in a political environment now where policy is being driven by a blame the foreigner story, a blame game. That's led to calls to completely reconfigure the international monetary system and the trade system, which has actually produced a fair degree of aggregate prosperity throughout the world in the post-war period. There are fears about China, which are not entirely groundless, but there should be a recognition that US macro conditions play a leading role in driving the US trade deficit and the level of manufacturing employment as well. It's true that the US has a very large net foreign debt, around 80%, around 70% of GDP, but this is largely driven in recent data by good stock market performance, and it's a mistake to focus on one component of US wealth. US wealth has gone up considerably. Trade policy should be used to counter trade abuses. Macro problems like the trade deficit require macro corrections. And in that respect, US fiscal consolidation would go a long way. Any increase in the US budget deficit is going to go the wrong way. I'll stop.
Thanks, Maury. First discussant is Brent Neiman.
Okay. Well, let me start by saying thanks to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper. The paper really tries to do four things. It has four goals. The first is to relate trade balances and net foreign asset position. The second is to demonstrate that this very persistent, 50-year period with predominantly trade deficits for the United States is due not just to foreign policies, but also to U.S. macro policies. And he picks three particular myths: that trade liberalization is one of the things that drives the U.S. deficit, that the dollar's reserve role drives the U.S. deficit, that foreign flows do, sort of a global savings glut case. And he also focuses, as he just did, on a key 10-year period there. And I think it's a really helpful contribution. I learned a lot of things actually that have changed over the last 5 years even in assessing the dynamics of the U.S. net foreign asset position, things like the fact that the equity part of U.S. net gross liabilities has surged, the fact that the net foreign asset position is now substantially below the accumulation of current account deficits, things that if you haven't paid attention to this in the last 5-10 years, you might have outdated views on. So in that sense, I found it very helpful, and there's not that much, frankly, that I think mainstream academic economists would disagree with here. So I'll try to just comment a bit on some of the issues related to the fourth goal that the paper has, which is thinking about Trump's motivations and policies to reduce the deficit. So three kind of questions, issues that at least crossed my mind in thinking about that topic. First question, and here I'd like to start by focusing on the goods deficit, or very close to the manufacturing deficit, is just to ask, how weird is it that the United States has run this persistent 50 years, basically every year, deficit over time? And so I just took data on all countries available from the IMF Direction of Trade Statistics. And I asked, since 1975, for countries with a full swath of data, what's the distribution of the percentage of years in which you have a trade deficit? And you can see on the far right, for instance, the interpretation of that big bin from 90 to 100% is that there's a whole bunch of countries, 60% or so of this 135 country set of data that have had basically entirely deficits since 1975 or so. Now, this is a misleading analysis or data set. To be clear, huge number of these countries are tiny countries. Their goods deficits might relate to in-kind foreign aid, or they might be commodity importers. The bulk of Turks and Caicos's trade might be tourism, services, exports, et cetera. So this isn't quite fair. This also suffers from something Maury alluded to, which is that if you add up deficits in these data, they should sum to zero. They don't. You have a global deficit. So this isn't quite right, but I thought it was only appropriate to start with the full data set. If I then cut it down and just look at advanced economies plus the BRICS economies, which I now think is a more fair set of countries to look at, it doesn't tell a dramatically different story. The point, at least that I take from this, is just I also would start there and think about exceptional things about the United States, something special about the dollar, but I don't think we should give too little attention to standard, classic, slow-moving macroeconomic factors. In many ways, it's consistent with the idea that U.S. macro policy matters, whether it's slow-moving demographic trends or slow-moving relative productivity dynamics. But the bottom line is there's a large set of countries that basically have always, for the last 3-4 decades, run deficits or run surpluses. India basically always runs a deficit. The UK has basically always run a deficit. I guess we've just learned that Bob Hall, as a discussant for 44 years, has also only run a deficit. The same is true on the other side. There's plenty of countries that just kind of always run surpluses in this period of time. China, Netherlands, Switzerland. Now, ideally, you'd be able to look at this, I think, for some things that we'd want to think about in goods and services together. It was tougher for me to quickly put that together, but this is what those plots look like for current account deficits, at least. And again, you see something kind of similar. So whereas you might have in mind, just from thinking about an intertemporal approach to the current account, that the distribution on the right-hand histogram would look more kind of normal. There'd be a lot of mass, around 40, 50%, where countries are coming in and out over 4 or 5 decades. I thought it was instructive to see that that's not really the case. And again, I think it leads me to think more about long-running, slow-moving shifts in sort of more structural macro variables, demographics, things like that. Okay, the next thing I found myself thinking about is how confident should we be that tariffs won't move the deficit, that they won't reduce the deficit? I think Maury has a very strong view on this. The paper basically says the U.S. trade deficit will not respond strongly to new tariffs. There's also, the profession has been asked to weigh in on this by a Clark Center survey at the Chicago booth, where the question that was posed was matching U.S. import tariffs to the tariffs, value-added taxes, and non-tariff barriers imposed on U.S. goods by other countries would substantially reduce the U.S. trade deficit. And if you focus on the bottom right at the results weighted by confidence, something like 60% either disagree or strongly disagrees. No one agrees. And if you read, op-eds and things, there are statements of the kind all over, because deficits, it's about net trade, it's a macro variable, it's about saving relative to investment. And there seems to be some implicit sense that savings and investments can't be meaningfully determined by tariffs, but of course they could. Before going further, I do want to be clear. I fully agree with Maury's, the papers, and I think the broader profession's sense that broad, large increases in tariffs would be damaging, would be bad, would also be suboptimal even if you did deploy them with the purpose of reducing deficits. There'd be alternative tools. But I just want to note that I'm much less confident that tariffs can't at least moderately reduce the deficit. And how would that happen? Well, it's a little embarrassing to say it as a discussant of Maury's paper, but the answer is exactly Maury's contribution together with Ken. Back in 2000, the Six Puzzles paper posed that the large level of trade costs might be one of the explanations for the Feldstein-Horioka puzzle, that essentially current account deficits weren't as big as one might think they could be. And the basic logic is, in the same way that trade frictions, tariffs being one of them, can impede intratemporal trade, they can impede intertemporal trade, which is just what trade deficits are. And there's been some quantitative sort of calibration work, my own paper included in that list, at least suggesting that this channel could have some quantitative teeth. And there's other factors too. Thinking about the way in which these tariffs have been deployed. Certainly, I think they've been associated with an increase in uncertainty that could have an implication for investment. What is the source of confidence that tariffs, won't reduce the deficit? I think there's a sense that they just might be quantitatively small contributors to the determinants of saving and investment schedules. And I think, who knows, but there's plausibly very large tariffs on the horizon, at least being discussed. The empirical evidence, I agree with the read of Maury in the paper. It suggests that there's not a clear linkage. But there's also a sentence Maury wrote in the paper that I think it's something like empirical analysis of the effects of tariffs on trade deficits are fraught with hazard, and I agree very much with every word of that. So I think the most compelling analysis I've seen of this actually comes from a paper my colleague Guido Lorenzoni wrote in 2019. He starts by demonstrating in the intertemporal approach, a model, a framework very similar to what Maury and Ken had, that in fact, if you increase tariffs, you can reduce deficits. He then constructs a world to show that the opposite is also possible. It's a world where there's, in steady state, a deficit. It's essentially compensation for the supply, the monopoly supply of a bond that provides liquidity services that the rest of the world wants. In that world, you can get it so there's literally analytically zero implications of tariffs on the trade deficit. You know, but the sort of assumptions that that leans on is that the tariff changes are permanent, that the desire for the, or the taste for a U.S. bond as the supplier of liquidity is permanent. In this case, it's modeled like a Sadrowski, like a money in the utility function. That there's full retaliation, that wealth effects are small, things that might not hold. Well, I'll come back to what I take from all this, but I think this is one area where we, at least I think we should have an appropriate level of uncertainty. And you know what, just with time remaining, I'm going to skip this last point about the plaza and just go to concluding and summarizing thoughts. I thought this was a very nice paper. It's covered a lot of ground very helpfully. It's a great thing to update on if you haven't visited this literature in 5 years or so. And there's just not that much to critique or disagree with. I absolutely agree with the thrust that I think Maury's going after, which is that you know, there are really important macro factors domestically that have driven the trade deficit in the long run, and there are domestic policy levers that can be pulled that would be more effective, you know, better for welfare than some things that are currently being considered. But I did also just want to sort of, I think it's helpful to have context that sometimes we jump too quickly to thinking about the persistent U.S. trade deficit as this anomaly that requires something about U.S. exceptional circumstances or relationship with China or foreign central bank activity to explain the persistent deficit. Sometimes this is invoked even to think about the persistent manufacturing deficit. It makes sense to think about all those things, but I think it's helpful context just to note that it's just not that uncommon to always run a deficit, where I'm defining always as 3-4 decades. And then finally, I just ask, especially in this room, are we so sure that potentially massive, potentially broad tariffs won't reduce the deficit? For those of us, and I count myself in that list, that think a broad increase in tariff would be a bad thing for the country and for the world, regardless of the implications for deficits, that's an area where I might counsel a shift of emphasis.
Thanks, Brent. The second discussion is Fabrizio Perry.
Great, thanks a lot for inviting me. It's a pleasure. It's my first time here. I'm very excited. Let me just say that usually you glance over the disclaimer. This is actually my opinion. You know, I don't want to get the Fed in trouble in this time. Okay, so it's great. As usual, it's great to read stuff by Maury. This is a headline for today. Trump escalates global trade war, and I think that summarizes a little bit both things that I want to talk about today. The first one is President Trump will probably drive car prices up. We don't even know what's going to happen to car prices. It's a lot of uncertainty, first of all. And the second one is, it doesn't talk about the trade deficit. It says the goal is to bring car manufacturing back to it. It talks about jobs. So this is really, trade deficit, I think it's a little bit of a sideshow here. Okay, nevertheless. I work at the Federal Reserve, never talk about tariff as many these days. Every day there's a new briefing on tariff, what they're going to do on prices, what they're doing on inflation, first order issue. There is uncertainty. Of course, we don't know how much, whether this tariff is going to put in place. If they're put in place, how big they're going to be, we don't know nothing. But even if we knew it, we don't have a really good idea. Why? I think the reason is there is a bit of discrepancy when it goes to talk to tariff. There's a bunch of trade micro models, very well detailed and very, very good empirical analysis. For example, Felix Tintanotto showed tariffs on dishwasher, prices go up, one-to-one pass-through. But when you go to macro, it's not so obvious. I mean, Maury cites a bunch of papers. It's not so obvious there's an impact on inflation. It's not so obvious there's an impact on GDP. Now, there is a bunch of macro models that are coming up. Some economists are pretty flexible and fast in adapting to the circumstances. Like there's a very nice paper by Fabio Gironi, Baratieri, and others, and recent stuff like Xavier Bianchi has a very nice paper with Koulibaly, and Shebner has a paper. So there's stuff coming up, but it's still there's no consensus. And more importantly, these papers that maybe focus on inflation, they really don't talk about job reallocation, which I think is first order. So why do we really have this focus on tariff? I mean, there may be many reasons I want to talk about, geopolitical, bargaining power, but I think the trade deficit is not the main source. And the reason is, I think, the main reason we talk on tariff is actually a little bit our fault, as a profession's fault. And in particular, this fantastic paper by Otto Thorne Hansen, the China Syndrome, who kind of like says, oh my God, trade and job loss are intimately connected. It's really a big deal. Locations in the Midwest who really produce the stuff the Chinese produce, the job went down. Of course, they don't say it's the only thing, but they establish this connection. The paper has 6,000 citations. Everybody thinks that it's really important. Now, these are the findings that the current administration say, look, we open up to China, they stole our jobs, we put the tariffs, we'll bring the job back. Now, David has a paper actually that shows that isn't the case, but nevertheless, still the damage is done. And so that's a picture that people look like. The blue line is manufacturing jobs, yes, employment, and they go from 18 millions to 12 millions. 5 millions manufacturing job loss. When did it happen? Between 2000 and 2010. Exactly the same time the trade deficit went to 2% to GDP or 5% GDP. That's the evidence. Put it together with the micro evidence by David and co-author, that's it. So we lost our jobs because of the trade liberalization. We're going to put tariffs, we're going to bring the job back. That's the rhetoric. And it is working because Trump said that, he was elected on that. Now, what do we learn from Maury's paper? It says, well, it might be working, but it's not obvious when you think about the model that tariffs are linked to trade deficit. Not at all. Basically, and I think that's the key thing, what happens if you make a foreign good more expensive, we're going to buy less of that. Yes, that's true. But whether you run a current account deficit or not, it depends whether you want to save or not save. And so that depends on what happened to your income, what happened to the consumption decision. So the impact is not obvious at all. Because also the other prices are going to, I mean, as in this paper, Maury described very clearly, the prices of other goods is going to change. The price of exports is going to change. So a lot of stuff is going to change. So it's not obvious at all that if you make the foreign goods more expensive, you're going to buy less of that. That's obvious. But it's not obvious going to happen to the deficit. And I think, so for example, just take a simple example. Suppose tariffs are really damaging to output. And we think they are because it's all the network effect. So output's going to go down. But we suppose we think that actually it's not going to last for very long. It's going to be a blimp, but then it's going to go back. We're going to go back up. Well, then actually it's going to increase the current account deficit because I think my output is temporarily low. I want to borrow more. So there's going to be more borrowing response. That's going to be the effect is going to be exactly the opposite of what we think it's going to be. So I think that's I agree 100% what he says, and I think it's very reasonable. However, the question is, well, how about the jobs, though? Who cares about the deficit? Are we going to bring the jobs back? And that's, to me, the key thing. So I'm going to try 5 minutes left. So, since we have to write the discussion, I wrote like a simple framework in my head, in paper actually, to get a sense of what's going to happen. But then, I was thinking, I want to take the standard Armington model. The Armington model is like the Americans, we produce apples, the Chinese produce bananas, we trade bananas. But that there is no sense of bringing jobs back. There's no sense of manufacturing. So I thought I had to change the thing a little bit. So I'm going to tell one equation only. I want to show you the framework, and then I'm going to finish with some concluding thoughts. So the framework is basically the standard Armington setup, but I add one little twist. So the twist is that I'm going to have two goods produced in each country. So I want to have a sense of one dying sector in the US taken off by the foreigners. So usually it's A and B. I thought just make it a little bit more fun. Us and them, U and T. There are two goods. Us, we produce Uber rides. That's our claim to fame. We invented Uber. Them, they produce toys, like simple manufacturing things. Now, these are standard produced goods, labor and capital, and there's going to be two sectors, so in both countries. And there are varieties. There are US Uber rides and Chinese Uber rides. There are US toys and Chinese toys. These things get together in this equation with final goods. Think about that. So there is a big aggregator F, which is going to be typically Cobb-Douglas, that takes together the Chinese and US Ubers and get a Uber total, Chinese and US toys as a toy total, and that stuff gets used for consumption and for investment into the two sectors. So it's pretty simple. Now what I'm going to have is going to have this G to be CES with various substitutes. So if I put a tariff, I'm going to buy much less of the foreign guys. And the other guys are more productive than me. They're going to take a lot of the market. So that's going to be the thing. I have to put some cost reallocation, otherwise things move too much. And then this is like putting a standard macro model. TFP shocks, and there is like trading bonds. So there is a mechanism that creates this current account deficit. So these countries sometimes want to borrow, they want to save, and so they're going to run a current account deficit. So this is standard model. Now the only tweak, so let me go through the budget constraint, and that's the only equation that kind of explains the whole model. So on the left-hand side, what people do with the resources, they either consume or they buy bonds. The investment is done by the firms here. So the income, what is given, WULU, income the workers receive from the Uber sector. WTLT, the income they get from the toy sector. This is all the Americans. Now, the thing that's a little bit unconventional is this lambda. What is lambda? Lambda is the share of domestic assets owned by domestic agents. So lambda is a number people think about pretty close to 1. Actually, that's the work we've done with Andy and Jonathan. Actually, right now, lambda is a number which is 0.6, meaning 40% of our stocks are owned by foreigners, and we own 40% of the foreign stocks. So it's a lot of international diversification in the US. So in particular, that's going to be important because if you do something to the tariff and that changes the relative, the DU/DT, the payoff from US stocks relative to DU star, DT star, the payoff from the foreign stocks and the exchange rate, that you're going to move wealth in a different way, which is unexpected. Typically, you don't worry about that, but nowadays, we have to worry about that. OK, so then we put that and we put a shock. The shock, we're going to put his is not really permanent, but I could think about a permanent increase in tariff on foreign toys. So we say, OK, now you're producing, one thing important I want to say, I'm going to start in a world in which we are really good at producing Uber rides, they're good at producing toys. So the efficient thing is to have, we produce a lot of Uber rides and we export to them, they produce a lot of toys, they export it to us. That's the efficient thing, it's totally symmetric. Now, we put a tariff on these guys. I'm going to have 3 results, I'm going to try to go quickly. The first one is, yes, you put a tariff because it's good, the goods are substitutable, you bring some jobs back. The toy factory in the US, now they start hiring, but you lose a bunch of jobs in the other sector. Because the workers that have to go to the toys, where do they come from? They come from the Uber. Unless you assume there is a huge unemployment, which is not the case right now, there has to be a switch. So you get some jobs, but you lose some jobs. So that's the first thing. Now, the aggregate number depends on stuff like the labor intensity of the 2 different sectors can go both ways. The welfare effect is negative because all of a sudden you're producing something you should not be producing, and that's negative. So that's the first thing. Now, trade deficit, is there an impact? Actually, there is an impact in this world. But why is that? It's not the trade. It's the fact that all of a sudden you're producing in a less efficient way, and you have a bunch of capital that you had accumulated before for efficiency, or you don't want the capital, so you're going to buy a bunch of bonds. So that's why the U.S. is going to run a trade surplus, but it's for the wrong reason. Now, you also, though, you have an exchange rate appreciation, and the value of the assets you own abroad is going to fall. So you're going to lose on that side, too. So it doesn't seem like, besides the efficiency, which is, but it doesn't seem, even in terms of this trade gains, you're not going to gain a lot. And if your companies are doing better to the foreigners, because now there's a big international diversification, you're going to lose a lot about that. Second experiment is related to what you're saying. It's exactly what Brent said. One thing I did is, suppose we go to a world of a high tariff, and now you're thinking about a shock. Now you're going to have less of a deficit. So for the same shock, now you're going to have less of a deficit because there's less intertemporal trade. Now notice, though, you're going to have less of a surplus. If the shock is the one that makes you have a surplus, you're going to have less of a surplus. So right now we need shocks to bring us surplus because we're in deficit. So the adjustment is going to make possibly later. So I want to finish with this thing. This is a little bit of my thing. But we saw this picture. U.S. trade deficit has been running at 3% since 1990. A lot of deficit. Why do we run this deficit? Well, people say we run it to consume. Yes, but we wanted to consume because at the same time we also wanted to invest. U.S. has done a lot of investment. Now, was this investment effective? Well, I don't know, but there's been two major technological breakthrough. Internet and AI. Where did it happen? In the US. Do they show up in the stock market? Look at the blue line in the US stock market, the red line in the rest of the world stock market. Rest of the world goes about a little less than 100%, US to 150%. So the investment, it wasn't that bad. Now, of course, well, how about the bottom distribution? Yeah, not everybody gained. But I mean, all this technological thing happened in the US. And also, they've been also shared by the rest of the world because all of this stuff is, a lot of it's owned abroad. So it's not just the US was lucky. Everybody benefit from that. So hard to write counterfactual. Would have this revolution happened without the deficit? I don't know. But looking forward, I'm actually much more worried from high tariff than from high trade deficit.
Thanks, Fabrizio. Start with Ken Rogoff.
Terrific paper, really great discussions. I just had a very small point, and which was I thought Maury, a point he stated that's really important that I think's become better recognized in recent years, is that the global savings glut probably wasn't applying to this period where the trade balance really shot up very fast. The mid to late 2000s when it really peaked. And at the IMF, if you have a country that's suddenly getting a surge in capital inflows, one of the first things you say to them is look at your bank regulation. That would be the absolute first thing. Did that happen? Well, I mean, of course it didn't. And I'll say, leaning into my age, I mean, I was at conferences with Alan Greenspan all the time where he was just saying, it's just because our markets are so efficient that spreads all the risk around. It's absolutely great. And he actually had papers on the correlation between, he did a study on the correlation between the U.S. current account and borrowing on second homes. He showed that was like a really interesting correlation. He didn't comment on it, but and I think it sort of speaks to a lot of what Fabrizio is talking about, trend changes. But if you see something really dramatic, Sometimes, maybe it's an invention, but sometimes there's something else going on.
Steve Davis.
I really appreciate this paper and discussion. So let me say, look, I'm sufficiently distressed by U.S. trade, the direction of U.S. trade policy, that it keeps me awake at night. Nonetheless, despite the incoherence of the proponents, the incoherence of the arguments of the proponents for high tariffs, I do think it's worthwhile to try to construct a coherent version of some of their arguments. So here's an effort. First, even though to an economist it looks like we're in a full employment situation, I don't think that's how it's seen by some of the proponents of high tariffs to boost manufacturing jobs. And in fact, there's a case you can be made. So, it's well known to people in this audience, but I'll repeat it here. The employment rate among less educated working age men has been declining for decades. And that is seen, rightly at one time, probably wrongly now, as an important source of jobs. Manufacturing was seen as an important source of jobs for those people. So I think the vision they have is the people who are working in the services sectors and so on are doing just fine. There's a set of people, and this relates to the China shock literature, there's a set of people in certain sectors and certain locations who, let's say, were greatly disadvantaged by primarily technological developments in the economists' perception, but in their perceptions by trade and globalization. And those people could somehow be pulled back into the workforce if we had more manufacturing jobs, without displacing the people in the other sectors. And this is where we're not really at full employment, because those people aren't close to the margin. The people in this room aren't going to be displaced from employment because of tariffs on manufacturing jobs, as an illustration. So I think it's worth trying to think through and I've just made one effort, I don't pretend it's a complete one, to think through what is a coherent version of the arguments that are being advanced for trade policy, because they're not quite as crazy as they might seem at face value, despite all the flaws. And one of the things I appreciated about Maury's paper is he just takes apart some of these arguments that have been advanced. But there is a core concern there that it relates to the China literature that I think we got to try to figure out how to fit into our way of thinking.
Bob Gordon, and then Shebna.
I had 4 brief comments. First of all, on Fabrizio's comment that, oh, well, there'll be no change in jobs because if we put on tariffs and protect domestic industry, the people will quit Uber and go over to the manufacturing jobs. That's not how it works. The most recent paper by David Autor and his colleagues, as summarized in the Wall Street Journal, showed that the losses of manufacturing jobs in the Midwest small towns, eventually the towns came back, but the people did not. The people were permanently displaced. They're now on disability. They're now premature retired. They are not getting those jobs back. Second comment, when I teach out of Mankiw's textbook in intermediate macro, I learned that the trade deficit depends on the difference between national saving and national investment. And if we put on tariffs, then the dollar has to go up by enough to cut exports to equal the decline in imports so that the trade deficit stays the same. But there's no mention of the revenue from the tariffs. I mean, we have imports of around $4 trillion, and if we put 25% tariffs on all of them, that's $1 trillion in revenue for the government. It certainly would affect national saving. Third, more interesting issue is I have a friend named Bob Aliber, who some of you may remember was a prominent international economist in his day. He's now 94 and still very lively. And he keeps telling me to stop talking about trade deficits, to start talking about capital surpluses, because the capital account is the reverse of the current account. And he keeps telling me that everything I ever knew about trade deficits was caused by autonomous changes in capital inflows. For instance, the Asian crisis of 97, 98 caused people to pull money out of Asia and put it into the US. And the thing that bothers me about that is that it implies that what we call the China shock for him is an autonomous increase in capital inflows in the 2001 to 2007 period. And the thing that bothers me about that is the dollar went down instead of up during that period of the China shock. If it was a capital flow problem, why did that happen? And then the last comment is one that's interesting to everyone. Why is the US stock market valued at 200% of GDP while the European stock market is valued at 54% of GDP? Isn't there a little bit of a virtuous circle here where the dollar is attractive, foreigners decide to invest in the US stock market, the US stock market goes up more than everybody else, so they say, aha, I'm going to put more money in the US stock market. Of course, there's a limit to that. How high can price-earning ratios go? We all wonder. But there is that little bit of a virtuous circle as viewed by the United States.
Shebnam and then Linda.
A terrific paper and great discussions. I just would like to first, echo what Steve says. It would be useful to put together a coherent framework for their arguments, but it's just like extremely difficult. I mean, we should just all spend the next, 5 years of our lives, mainly because I think two things. One is, both what Brent and Fabrizio said. There are so many things that is going to change. The macro picture on so many variables is going to be complicated. But two, that also relates to the fact that these policies completely ignore the today's trade is vertical through value chains and supply chains, and this wasn't the trade 50 years ago. So it's not even Uber rides and toys. It is, the 3 parts being exchanged for 4 other parts. So I have no idea how these auto parts and auto tariffs is going to work. And here's my question to, related to this both to Marie and Brent. So can it be the case that if, say the tariffs are very large, say we go to that world Brent is talking about, like we are talking about now 25, 30, 40% tariffs, very large tariffs, and the, idea that we are going to get revenue and at the same time we are going to crush, we are really going to make a serious dent in trade deficit. What about the cost side of this? I mean, this large tariffs are obviously going to affect all sorts of intermediate inputs. Domestically also, not just like, because again, the nature of the trade is you're exchanging parts. So in that case, how are you going to employ people? How are you even going to produce? How are you going to increase jobs in all those sectors that are going to be affected indirectly? So that to me is the biggest incoherency in their arguments, right? Completely ignoring this, cost push shock nature of this, especially if tariffs are large, especially if we are talking about 25 to 40% tariffs. And final question to Marie is, can it be all about depreciating the dollar in the medium to long run? I mean, is it really what is behind this is, because if you read the Miran thing, that's the sense you get, right? I mean, so they clearly understand the saving minus investment part and the dollar need and the safe asset part. Is there a way to do these things and just keeping the tariff as sideshow, but the real aim here is really to depreciate the dollar, in your view, and why would that be?
I just wanted to say a couple of things about the China shock. I think the China shock papers are brilliant, but they're brilliant because they're an identified shock, but they're actually a relatively small shock. When you estimate the number of jobs lost, it's on the order of 1 to 1.5 million jobs, which sounds like a lot until you think about how many jobs we create in the US economy every month. So it's a very well-identified, clean shock that, we used it too. But I think it's been a bit overstated, the impact. Firms are hit by shocks every day, including exchange rate shocks, which affect their ability to trade. And so there's a lot of adaptability in our economy. And I think the other side of the China shock, if you go outside of Ann Arbor and you drive to north of Detroit, there's the F-150 Ford plant where they make the big Ford pickup trucks. It's all automated. That's where the job losses came from. Trade was part, but I think it's become the thing we want to blame. But I don't know how we turn the clock back on automation. But man, automation is what killed a lot of the manufacturing jobs. And there's lots of studies that show that, obviously.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, at the risk of not saying anything new, I think we could think of this in the short run, the medium run, and the long run. So in the short run, like just during my day job, thinking about tariffs and what they're going to do to exchange rates and how things adjust. I think you get one effect. And then in the medium run, there's something else. And then I think, as economists, I think we really don't think all that well about the long run and what things are going to change. So I've been impressed with, I was at Brookings just a few weeks ago where we were talking about the role of the dollar in the long run. And I think we're all kind of like, optimistic is the wrong word, but it's like, oh, this is going to be an interesting period. We get a natural experiment. But like everything in macroeconomics, nothing's natural and nothing's held constant. And I wonder that one of the things that's going to happen is or potentially could happen, is I'm actually a much more of a believer in the capital, thinking about it in the capital side, and the demand for U.S. assets, and how things like erratic policies in the long run are going to affect that too. So that I could imagine, so I like made the point that there is like nobody who can tell a coherent story about why the dollar will not continue forever to continue to have its same role. And all I observe is I know that there have been lots of instances where everybody thought like, well, the one thing that's certain is that house prices in the country will never fall nationally, that inflation will never be a problem. And the thing now is everyone thinks the dollar will always reign king. And I think we'll see whether or not that's actually true. And if it's not true, then that will have massive effects on these things. And that like 20 years from now, we may be looking at this as going like, well, this was an interesting historical period, but it no longer applies.
Jim Stock.
Really quick, is there a scenario in which we would close the current account close the trade deficit in which we are running in perpetuity at 2 or 3% primary fiscal deficit?
Other questions? Okay. Oh, yeah, Wendy, go ahead.
Trump has been like laser focused on deficits basically forever, and he really does think of them as somehow subsidizing other countries. Like, he just forgets that we get stuff in return. I think to the extent that he has a coherent plan around tariffs, it's, at this point, us going to autarky for a while with all of the economic pain that will cause, developing an incredibly productive manufacturing sector, and then the whole world would want our manufacturing exports because they're so incredibly awesome. I think that's, if there's a coherent story that he's created, I think it's that. But I think the other thing that we have to recognize is Trump actually hasn't put in place really high across-the-board tariffs. Trump has threatened, Trump has put in place stuff and rescinded stuff. And I think at this point, what he really likes about tariffs is that he can do them without Congress, and they're a weapon that he can use to get other countries and frankly and domestic, actors to do what he wants, which means I don't think he's going to put in place really high tariffs and commit to keeping them there in perpetuity because that ties his hands. And so I think we're just going to continue in the state that we're in with the lurching tariff policy.
Abby, Stan, and then back to Maury.
So just a brief suggestion, with the caveat that I have not read Maury's paper, so it might already be in there, but the comments generally motivated me to think about the power of narratives, and I think what many people have said is that the China shock and the timing was a powerful narrative. For job loss, the instinct is just reverse that, we'll be back where we were. I think economists, when we communicate around, I know you think that, but you're wrong, we have less of an impact than when we can replace it with something powerful. So kind of a plea to maybe add on to the myths part of the title, maybe one reality. And I think what you said that was really powerful was use tariffs to address trade problems and use macro policy to address macro problems like jobs and employment. So if you can get that one-liner really refined, I think that one reality adding on would make it more powerful.
Anne?
Thanks. I wanted to follow up on Wendy's comment. I do not agree that that plan is that coherent plan you sketched out is consistent with what they have said about their own objectives. Among other things, going to full autarky is completely inconsistent with the revenue scores that they've produced of the tariffs they're imposing. So, of course, also inconsistent with using the tariffs as an instrument of leverage. I think, sure, there are other, interpretations, but I think we don't necessarily have to try and rationalize everything people do. After the Signal chat was leaked on Tuesday, someone wrote, they look like idiots, they talk like idiots, but don't let that mislead you. They actually are idiots. I think that's a possibility we should consider.
Okay, Maury, you can pull all of that together.
Wow. Well, let me first thank Fabrizio and Brent for great discussions and everyone for your comments, which are very, very useful. And I can't really address everything, but I'll try to address a good subset. On this issue of do tariffs affect the trade deficit, Brent is absolutely right. We shouldn't be too dogmatic. I mean, there are basically three ways people think about this. You can think about it as saving minus investment, or as output minus absorption, C plus I plus G, or as X minus M. And, clearly tariffs could affect saving, they could affect investment. The direction isn't terribly clear, and whether the net effect is big is very unclear. So I think the way you would phrase it to be accurate is that, we don't really know, and probably the effects aren't huge, except in certain situations. I think one is, the point that was made about tariff uncertainty, and Wendy brought this up also. The high levels of uncertainty we're seeing are likely depressing consumption, depressing investment. That's what the empirical evidence shows, as Steve well knows. And, output will probably fall, but the net effect could be an increase in the trade balance. Now, that's not how we want to increase the trade balance. That shouldn't be the goal of policy, that's the mechanism through which your tariffs are going to work. And I don't think that's the design, but I think that's probably the most likely mechanism for improving the trade balances. And by the way, another one is that if you withdraw the security umbrella for Europe and they go out and decide they're going to spend much more GDP on defense, that's also going to help our trade balance, particularly if they buy the military stuff from us. Fabrizio talked about the issue of will the jobs come back, and I thought the model was really interesting. The way I like to think about it is in terms of tradable versus non-tradable goods. That at some level, if the trade balance improves because you're spending less, you're also spending less on services. In some sense, manufacturing will be advantaged. So I think there is a very close relationship between the two, and the model captures that a little bit. Brent brought up this issue of the paper that Ken and I wrote back 25 years ago. So obviously, on the S minus I point, if you impose a prohibitive tariff, you basically make it so high that there's no trade. Your saving will equal your investment. So at some level, at some extreme level, it has to be true that tariffs can affect the trade balance and the current account. The way I sort of think about the paper Ken and I did was basically to show that in the presence of trade frictions, the effects of shocks are muted. Shocks that might give you a bigger current account deficit are going to be muted. And that's what we were sort of trying to explain. And it's not 100% clear to me that when the shock that occurs is a rise in trade frictions, that you get the same outcome. That's something to put in the file for future work. I thought Steve's point was great, and I think you've hit exactly on the argument that people like J.D. Vance and Oren Cass have made about tariffs, that there's a lot of men on the sidelines who, if only we could give them these great manufacturing jobs, would come off the sidelines, employment would expand. And I think the two big things that, that are missed is that, yes, the import competing sector would expand, but the export sector would contract. And that's never something we talk about. We never talk about gains in the export sector. And this is something that Rob Feenstra and others have demonstrated occurring during the 2000s. My data show it, big gains on the export side. That's not a story that anyone's interested in. They're only interested in job losses, not in success stories. So I think that's an important issue. And the other issue, which was raised, is that manufacturing jobs are not what they used to be. They're just not going to be what they used to be. You know, those who are lucky enough to get them may earn higher wages, but you know, it's become much more capital intensive. Bob Gordon's points are well taken on the immense, possibly immense tariff revenues from immense levels of tariffs. Sort of depends on the elasticity of trade. But a lot depends on what is the government going to do with those revenues. And we know what they're going to do. And I hope there'll be some discussion of this tonight at dinner. The plan is to use these as a partial whole for extending the 2017 tax cuts. Sorry, I'm confused about the decade. And they won't completely fill the hole, not by any means, but you know, and in that sense, they're not really going to be that productive in helping with the deficit. I did cite Bob Aliber in the paper. I know his views, and I think the point you made about the exchange rate is sort of key about thinking of the decade, about the 2000s. I just don't think that we can view the U.S. as the helpless, you know, puppet of global capital inflows. Sebnem raised a really important point in thinking about X minus M or S minus I or Y minus A, which is intermediate goods. The administration is tariffing intermediate goods like steel and aluminum. This is going to really hurt exporters a lot. It's going to be severely contractionary. Is the real aim depreciation? I believe that, you know, when tariffs don't work, there'll be more pressure on depreciation, but you know, a lot of the chatter about things like a Mar-a-Lago Accord and some of the pressure on the Fed is pushing in that direction. So I think we'll see that. You know, clearly the contractionary forces that have helped to push the long-term Treasury yield down and have helped the dollar depreciate, you know, are working in that direction. And depreciation actually works because it not only discourages imports, it is an export subsidy too, which a tariff is not. A tariff is an export tax. Can we close the trade deficit with a 2% fiscal deficit? You know, unless we get the personal saving rate up, I don't think that alone is going to be enough. I don't see us fully closing the trade deficit short of, you know, a pretty big recession. And then Abby, great suggestion about the narrative. Narratives are important. In addition to the one you mentioned, which I will try to do my best on, the narrative about the export sector is I think really important. And it was really exporters who drove post-war trade liberalization. Export sector is dynamic. It's as high productivity firms abroad learn by exporting. So that's something we shouldn't ignore, and it should be a bigger part of the story. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Maury, and thanks to the discussants and all the commenters. So first, a round of applause for them, but don't get up yet. Okay, for dinner tonight, everyone who registered for cocktails and dinner, it's at the Hotel Washington, so 15th and F, just directly on the other side of the White House compound. It's in the elevation room, so take the elevators to the rooftop level. Reception starts at 6 p.m., dinner starts at 6:30, and tomorrow, usual timing, breakfast at 8:30, conference starts at 9. See you there. Thanks.